see if we can get an answer. Hang on. There it is. All right, Scott, good morning.
Good morning. Hate to bother you at work.
No, you're bothering us for a good reason because you have an answer to this question. What is the practice of women taking more than one husband called?
Polyandry?
Polyandry, yes. Or polyandry, I guess, yeah.
Pollywan and Andry.
Yeah, so you have polygamy, polyandry. All right, hang on. Scott, we're going to give you a $100 Steven Singer Jewelers gift card, and Steven is giving away free diamonds, sort of. Anybody who purchases a real diamond engagement ring, whether it sells for $500 or $15,000, Steven is giving them a free 1-carat lab-grown diamond. Buy a real diamond from a real jeweler you can trust. Steven Singer Jewelers. Go to IHateStevenSinger.com. You can visit the showroom in Center City. Drew Barrymore was speaking with Renee Rapp at an event in New York City on Monday night when an alleged stalker interrupted their discussion and told Barrymore that he needed to see her at some point. We have an audio clip I'll play here in a second. The talk show host was on stage interviewing Rapp at the 92nd Street Y when someone in the audience shouted, "Drew Barrymore," and she replied, "Oh my God, yes, hi." And the man started approaching the stage and said, "I'm Chad Michael Busto. You know who I am. I need to see you at some point while I'm here in New York."
Yeah.
The actress was rushed off the stage while security intervened, telling Busto to back up. Barrymore and Rapp later returned to the stage to finish their conversation. So let me play the clip where you hear her react to him walking up.
Sell people.
I'm Chad Michael Busto. You know who I am. I need to see you at some point while I'm here in New York.
Jeez.
Okay?
Here, take this.
So they all make an exit
I had 3 testicles.
of the stage.
That's scary though.
Very scary.
Yeah.
That location, they do a ton of interviews there, and they have almost like little mini TED Talks. So it's set up very nicely. It's very intimate. So this guy was basically on her quickly, and they got her off stage pronto.
And then they make their way back out. So here's another clip.
Well, I have a new definition of your sexiness. It's that level of protectiveness that went full bodyguard. That you are my Kevin Costner.
I'll be that.
So, what were we talking about?
Following the event, journalist Mackenzie Morrell said that it was such an amazing time despite the alarming hiccup in the beginning with Drew's stalker. Both handled it like bosses and recovered quickly to continue an awesome conversation.
Wait, so I'm sorry. Did you say, like, is he a known stalker? Like, does she know who he is?
He says she knows who he is.
Right.
So I haven't read anything yet that says that they've had interactions before.
Right.
But you never know. So we'll see. Let's see. How about this? I thought this was a fun story. On a recent episode of the Happy, Sad, Confused podcast, David Harbour shared that Taylor Swift wrote one of his stepdaughters a handwritten note.
How cool is this?
During the Minneapolis stop of her Eras tour. The Stranger Things star said that he inquired about an opportunity to say hello, but he was notified that Taylor was leaving on a plane right after the concert. Instead, a woman came out with a letter, and it was addressed to me and my stepdaughter. He said it was a handwritten letter on particular stationery, and I've never seen my daughter speechless before. He also called Swift a force of nature. He said, I had no idea. Seeing her perform for 3.5 hours, she barely leaves the stage. I don't know when she pees. It's ridiculous. He said she is a force of nature.
So is this stepdaughter with Lily Allen?
Oh, no. Do not know. Dan Levy shared photos from a summer birthday trip in Italy to Instagram on Monday. And in one photo, the star is crouching behind Noah Reid, who plays his husband on the show. Other photos reveal that more stars joined him on his 40th birthday trip, including his real-life sister and co-star Sarah Levy, as well as Modern Family actor Jesse Tyler Ferguson. And he had captioned the post this summer, I turned 40.
That's pretty cool.
They're all having a good time. You
know,
can imagine.
Somebody ever has done one of those birthday trips where they invite you to go?
I've never done that type of thing. It would be fun if it's like a really close friend.
Right.
You know, and there's a reason for you guys to go. And
a wealthy friend.
Tear it up. Yes, and a wealthy friend
there
would be nice too. But no, have never done that. Angelina Jolie's tattoo artist, Mr. K, revealed on Instagram Tuesday that the Maleficent actress got a tattoo on each of her middle fingers.
Doesn't she have a lot of tattoos already?
I think so.
Did Mr. K do all of them?
The ink, I'm not sure.
Mr. K!
Possibly.
Yeah.
The ink was blurred in the photos that he shared, keeping the tattoos a mystery.
No Sad Bro was
and,
one.
And he had, wouldn't that be great? She had a Preston and Steve
Angelina
tattoo.
Jolie had a Preston and Steve tattoo.
So he wrote, Angelina still can't believe that I actually grabbed her hand and tattooed her. Guess what she got on her palm?
I think she was one of the first people I remember hearing about getting like a quote on the rib cage.
Okay.
You know, so yeah, I think she's pretty tatted up.
So it looks like she got him on the fingerprint side
Right. How do you do a mustache?
of her middle fingers, but I have no idea what might be on there. Yeah.
Probably the words middle finger.
Stars such as Kerry Washington and Martin Sheen gave speeches at SAG-AFTRA's National Day of Solidarity rally outside of Walt Disney Studios in Burbank on Tuesday. The Scandal star said to the crowd, I learned I could just pursue a career doing what I love to do, and I could raise a family and live a life doing that, being paid a fair wage. We have come to a point in our history where that is no longer possible. We've come to a point in our history where just being a working actor, coming to work every day, devoting oneself to this craft, dedicating oneself for the entertainment and the joy of others means that I can't make a fair living, and it's not okay. And for his part, the West Wing actor, Martin Sheen, told the union members to, quote, stick to it like a stamp.
Did he bring up his appearance on our show?
No.
Okay.
And I'm
I thought that would be
surprised
obvious.
that he did not even touch on that at all.
I remember what Preston and Steve once told me.
Yeah, if only.
No sad bro.
Fans of Frasier, the sitcom, which originally aired on NBC from 93 to 2004, will be delighted to learn the reboot is set to premiere on Paramount Plus October 12th.
So I love that show. I love him, but I think so much of what made that show awesome was the incredible supporting cast,
Right.
most of which aren't part of this.
Yeah, that's true. The streaming platform released first look photos from the series, as well showing Kelsey Grammer reprising his role, and CBS will be airing the show on October 17th. But
It's essentially him in the cast of Boy Meets World.
Well, I would think that they knew that the success to that originally is an ensemble,
Right.
And so maybe they are going to surround him with,
I
the
hope
right,
so,
with
yeah.
the right people.
But
Yeah.
it's also Paramount. That's like a CBS thing, is it not?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And so this
NBC was, yeah.
pretty wild.
But you know, a lot of times, if you look at those shows, they'll be produced by other networks,
Right.
and it depends on who picks up the series.
Variety reports that Max has renewed, and just like that, for a third season.
Anybody watching that?
No.
I'm not, and I'm just, it's funny how they are just dragging this out. But if there's an audience there, then do it. You know?
I know the people love. I guess a lot of people love it.
It
you
ends
know?
up on in our house, Steve.
Yeah.
So sometimes when the TV's on, I will watch it. I don't seek it out, but listen, it's
pretty
not,
good?
It's not bad.
Okay.
Yeah,
I liked. There was a period, Nick, where I watched Sex
yeah.
and the City around the Brezhnev
Yes.
period.
Yeah, I caught that series late, and I found the Carrie, I've said this before, but the Carrie part of the series kind of boring, but the other three characters thought that were actually really fascinating. One of them went through a cancer. And,
Yeah, and if you remember, for a while they were driving a fair amount of pop culture talk.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, there were things that we would use
yeah.
on the show.
Yeah.
Often.
The news comes just days before the finale of the second season, which is on Thursday. And executive producer and showrunner Michael Patrick King told the outlet in a statement that we are thrilled to spend more time in Sex and the City universe, telling you stories about the lives of these relatable and aspirational characters played by these amazing actors.
I saw a clip of her. She's going out for a jog, and what they do, Preston, is they get a bell from a local firehouse, and they
Stop it. That's from Seabiscuit.
Oh.
That's from Seabiscuit. All right, I have Bachelor news, Bachelors and Bachelorettes.
Okay.
And we'll start with this. On the season finale of The Bachelorette on Monday, Charity Lawson's fiance, Dotun Olubico, I guess. I don't know whether to watch the show, so I don't know.
let's go with that.
Revealed that she will be starring in the 32nd season of Dancing with the Stars. So Olubico said, "All right, baby." This is after the final rose. He said, "So I know that you like to cut it up, you like to dance, and you like to get down." And
Shake Your Groove thing?
you know that we've talked about this, this amazing this opportunity would be, and I'm so happy to be the one to tell you that you're going to be on Dancing with the Stars. Baby, let's go.
Shut the up!
Lawson was very excited to learn this news. Now, in other Bachelorette news, ABC's newest Bachelor is Joey, and I'm going to mess up the name, Graziadei? Joey Graziadei. We'll go with that.
Figure it out. 'Cause we're all going to be watching.
Well, here's the deal, man. He's from Montgomery County.
Yeah.
Yep. And it's season 20 of The Bachelorette. He is a tennis instructor. He grew up in Collegeville and played Division II tennis at Westchester University.
Go Rams. He's a Ram.
Was a fan favorite on The Bachelorette season that wrapped up on Monday.
Listen, I haven't watched in years, but as soon as I heard that, I was like, oh, I'm going to watch now. I'm going to watch him.
You're obliged to.
So
Kind of looks like your brother a little bit,
Does he
Dad.
really?
Yeah. And you think he looks like Christopher?
Yeah, a little bit.
his good fortune was
Christopher's
announced
better looking.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
moments
way.
after his breakup aired, and he had said tearfully during the finale, "I want love bad."
love.
Man.
He said, "This thing has just shown me how badly I want to be with someone else
I need to pair with someone.
and get an opportunity to share life with them."
Kathy, which one of your brothers would you date?
Oh, God.
Which one do you think would be a perfect match for you?
He continued saying, "I just would ask the universe, when is it going to happen
Dear God.
for me?" More Bachelor music, please.
Okay, here you go.
Yeah, we need
Wait,
more.
did I hear that he lives in Hawaii?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, he lives in Hawaii now. He will helm the 28th season of the dating franchise sometime
bought a ticket for Arkansas.
in 2024. So what is he looking for in a partner?
Big cans.
Well, he says nothing specific.
Yeah.
He said,
That means big kids.
he said, I just want someone to do life with.
To do life with.
Yeah, that's what he wants.
to live their best life.
Yeah.
I want to live my best life.
Graziadei has
to be a liver of life.
lived on and off in Hawaii since graduating from Westchester in 2017.
Pineapples.
In Hawaii.
Coconuts.
Coconuts. Jason Momoa.
In Hawaii, he teaches tennis at a luxury resort and residential community called Kukialua, according to his LinkedIn.
You know this guy is cleaning up. If he's a good-looking tennis instructor at a higher-end resort in Hawaii.
Oh, God, yes.
I don't really want love. I
Ba-
want lots of vagina.
Bachelor Nation, by the way, got a brief taste of Montgomery County on this season of The Bachelorette when he brought Lawson to play tennis in Collegeville during his hometown date.
Lawson, where did I get Munson?
Things got derailed, though, when his uncle crashed the double session to say that he believes his nephew is putting on a persona to please her, which caused Lawson to eventually leave Pennsylvania in tears.
So we need more candor like that on the show.
Yeah, so he was being straight up saying he's not being himself. He's just trying to win you over. So that didn't go over so well. But so obviously we'll be keeping an eye on this because he's a guy out of our area.
And Kathy's in, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure that there's people listening that know him as well. So maybe they can.
Honestly, we get him on the show. Absolutely.
Yeah, most definitely. All right, I wanted to share this. A Georgia sheriff admitted in court Monday to groping television judge Glenda Hatchett during a law enforcement conference last year before another lawman pushed him away.
Felt up Judge Hatchett?
Yeah. Christopher Cootie also resigned from the Bleckley County Sheriff's Office the same day he pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor charge of sexual battery.
There are 3 funny names in the story.
There are, yes, there are. The plea came after Cootie put his hand on Hatchett's left breast at a Georgia Sheriff's Association conference in January 2022 as the judge was being introduced to a group of sheriffs at a hotel bar, according to prosecutors and a witness.
Do you think it would negatively impact your case if you were to motorboat a judge?
A former sheriff, Thomas Brown, caught the shocking moment and intervened. He said, I saw his hand go down on her left breast.
Wow.
And I grabbed his arm and threw it off of her chest. Following the guilty plea, Hatchett, an Atlanta lawyer, told reporters that Cootie, quote, grabbed and squeezed her left breast.
Oh, wow.
She then said he then started rubbing on my breast.
Wow.
Before Brown literally, quote, had to take his hand off of me and push him off of me.
That's effed up.
Yeah, Hatchett said in court, the ordeal has, quote, cut me to the core, according to the station. She had said that Cootie's attorney, Joel Pugh, here's another great story.
There we go.
Another great name in this story. Confirmed his client sent a resignation letter to Georgia Governor Brian Kemp on Monday morning. He was sentenced to 1 year probation and given a $500 fine and 400 hours of community service. Cootie claimed in a long-winded statement that he, quote, had no intent to touch Ms. Hatchett inappropriately.
Wow.
But you don't go grabbing on Judge Hatchett,
you
man,
don't.
But you don't tug on
Women.
Superman's cape.
in general. The creator of Dallas, Knots Landing, and Paradise has died at the age of 84 following a years-long battle with Alzheimer's disease.
So this guy was involved in some of the biggest TV shows of all friggin' time.
Yeah, David Jacobs passed away on Sunday afternoon in Burbank, just 2 months after the cast of Dallas got together to celebrate its 45th anniversary. While the showrunner and writer suffered from Alzheimer's for several years, his son Aaron said that it was a series of infections that led to his death. Jacobs was credited with changing American TV forever. Dallas, which aired for 14 seasons and had 357 episodes, was the longest-running TV show at the time. He had bragged that he wrote the first 5 episodes of Dallas, which was one of the most watched TV shows of its time, without ever visiting the city. He never went there.
By the way, where they shot it, South Fork Ranch is still a tourist attraction.
He said, I thought, well, I'll just write it. I don't have time to get away, so I'll just write it very stereotypically with stereotypes, and then I'll go and visit and pull it back. And then I went to Dallas and realized that I had to take it way back. He said, there is something about Dallas and about the people in Dallas that I can only describe as extravagant but not ostentatious, he said. And then Knots Landing, which was a Dallas spinoff of sorts, he also spearheaded. That ran for nearly as long as 344 episodes.
So did you watch any of them? I watched a bit of Dallas.
I watched all of them.
Yeah, Dynasty was not one of his, but...
no, but I watched Knots Landing and Dallas, both of them. Yeah, it was like family viewing.
Yeah.
Like it was what was... You had
Nighttime
very
cinema.
little choice.
That's exactly
You
it.
had like 3 choices, and that was it, man.
Yeah, 3 networks.
3 networks.
That was our Friday night viewing. I remember watching that. Saturday night was Love Boat straight into
Fantasy Island.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a big combination.
That was a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Saturday night, honestly, used to be like prime time TV viewing.
Yeah.
And now it's no man's land.
But that Love Boat Fantasy Island combo, that was perfect, man.
I loved it.
David is survived by his children, Aaron and Molly, his wife Diana, and Alban Hall, his daughter from a previous marriage, and his 2 grandchildren, Riley and Georgia. Let's see, what do we have time for? Yeah, we got time for these last 2. Jennifer Aniston opened up about the struggles she experiences in relationships in an interview with the Wall Street Journal magazine. Published on Tuesday, the Friends star explained how her parents' relationship shaped her dynamics with others. She said, it was always a little bit difficult for me in relationships because I really was kind of alone. My parents... watching my family's relationship didn't make me kind of go, oh, I can do that. Her parents, Nancy and John, got divorced when she was 9 years old.
Right.
She said, I didn't like the idea of sacrificing who you were or what you needed, so I didn't really know how to do that. And so it was almost easier for me to just kind of be solo, so I didn't have any real training in that give and take. And, of course, she was married to Brad Pitt from 2000 2005, and then Justin Theroux. 2015, 2018, and are they kind of...
It looks, some of the indicators that
reuniting?
they might be rekindling that romance.
Yeah, we'll see.
I wonder if her parents got divorced while she was living in Delaware County. She lived in it.
I know she lived in Delaware
Yeah, I
County.
believe it was Eddystone. So there's an area, it's Tinicum, Essington, and Eddystone. I think she
Really?
lived, yeah.
I know she has family here.
No, she lived there. She lived there for a hot minute.
It's when she was
in-
dating Warwick Davis, who played Leprechaun.
in her
So wait a minute,
younger days.
she was a kid, a little kid? So
Yeah.
you said they got divorced when she was 9, so it would have been around that time,
It
maybe?
would have been around that time, I think. Yeah.
So it was Delaware County that split them up?
Yeah.
Oh,
It happens.
bad.
To the
It'll
best.
break your heart.
Yeah.
Guy, we love it, but it'll break your heart.
Delaware County.
It's like Paris.
We love it, but it'll break your heart.
I love it, but it just tears you apart.
And then one last story. Melissa Joan Hart appeared on a recent episode of the Pop Meets World podcast and shared that she was almost fired from Sabrina the Teenage Witch in the 90s for posing in her underwear for Maxim.
You remember that?
I do.
Yes, that was, that was a great issue.
Maxim was when that hit, it was if you did the cover, it was a big deal, or a photo spread.
Was it her, Lacey Chabert? They all did the cover together, as I recall.
Oh, that I don't remember.
Okay. Oh, no, that might have been for Stuff. We're looking at the Maxim cover.
So she said while she was on her way to the airport to shoot Scary Movie in Vancouver when she got a call saying that she was dropped from the film and that she should head to a Planet Hollywood after party instead. And she said, while I'm at the party, my lawyer showed up and said, "You did a photo shoot for Maxim magazine?" I'm like, "Yeah, I did." And they were like, "Well, you're being sued and fired from your show, so don't talk to the press, don't do anything."
Wow. Didn't know that happened.
It said that Hart was accused of being in violation of her Archie Comics contract, in which she agreed that she would, quote, never play the character naked. She added that while they had no ground to stand on, it was still, quote, the worst day of her life. So, yeah, she wasn't her character at the time. She was being an actor doing a photo shoot. So
B. Arthur almost got fired from Golden Girls because she did Two Girls in a Cup 2.
No, I didn't. Wow, I didn't know that. But speaking of B. Arthur, I just saw a side-by-side of her and John Bon Jovi wearing the same.
Really?
Dude.
Oh, do you have it?
Wearing what?
All right, so it kind of like a black mock turtleneck. I mean, their hair is almost identical.
They're wearing the same outfit?
Yes.
Okay.
And
B. Arthur and John Bon Jovi.
Yeah, all the way to your left there, Preston, the side by
Oh my God.
side.
Oh,
That's great.
That's great.
Yeah, it's a turtleneck.
You give Maud a bad name.
You give Maud a bad name.
That is great. Even the background.
That's wonderful. All right.
I think it's his face superimposed onto
okay.
her.
Yeah, because look at the hands.
Yeah.
The hands are exactly the same in that, so they've superimposed his head on that. That's pretty
hilarious.
funny. All right, let's get to the clips. An explorer lost in the Arctic. A team follows the route of an 1845 expedition to the Canadian Arctic to solve the mystery of its disappearance. And here, Renan Ozturk talks about making a TV special in the most inhospitable place on Earth.
Big oceans with ice everywhere is probably one of the scariest, most fickle environments, especially when you're in a fiberglass boat that's not really supposed to be there. And you're trying to film a show with only 2 people, but you're also trying to keep watch and be a valuable crew member. And those things are diametrically opposed from each other. I think going into it, we just knew that this one was going to be harder than Everest, harder than any of the other ones that I had done.
Yeah, big whoop, no one cares.
Explorer Lost in the Arctic starts streaming tomorrow on Hulu and on Disney+. Here's the next clip. Ahsoka is the latest of the Star Wars franchise string of TV spinoffs and picks up the story of Ahsoka Tano after the events of Rebels. And here, Rosario Dawson talks about creating the character's iconic mantras.
We kept adjusting them episode to episode from Mandalorian to Boba Fett, and they were really intense about it and like wanting to get it right. And so I'm literally wearing a 3D printed skull cap with, I could hear it like bones in my ears as I put it on because it's like the skin, it was designed specifically for our show. Like it's never existed before.
What the hell are you talking about?
Ahsoka is now on Disney+. Ahsoka, sorry.
So those are those things you were talking about, Preston. Her
It's part of her head.
Flesh dreads.
Yeah, flesh dreads. That's a good way to put it. I like that. All right, and that's the last entertainment report story that we have for you today. A lot of stuff going on. Secret text word. We're giving away tickets to the Pop Meets World podcast. We were just talking about that in the entertainment report. Danielle Fischel and other members will be there. This is going to be Saturday, September 30th at the Met. So text the word secret to 39333. We're going to talk to Paula Poundstone this morning. We're going to have Jason Mewes of Jay and Silent Bob fame. They're doing a cruise. Jay and Kevin and the crew are doing a cruise. Jay and Silent Bob cruise.
Yes.
So we're going to talk to them later on. And we also have Dr. Geri-Lynn Utter, and there's a documentary that features her. Kathy has been raving about this, so we will talk to her as well, and a bunch of other things. Let's take a break, come back in a second, reset, and continue our Wednesday morning. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WN.
The other day about a home coloring procedure that you can do for hair.
Yeah.
And we're going to try it out today. We're going to give this a shot. Should I reveal what
by all
it is?
means.
Apparently, you can color your hair with Nutella. You know, the dip, the chocolatey hazelnut dip.
I love it. It's one of my absolute favorite things to eat. And so you've always had an issue with...
I used to dye my beard because I have a gray beard and I have darker brown hair, little tufts of gray.
Yes,
but
distinguished.
But anyhow, and so it's a stark contrast between the two. And I used to dye it, and then I found out that I'm allergic to the hair dye.
Yeah.
And I mean, like
burning.
burns on my face. I should have shaved today. Damn it, I didn't do it. I have a little bit of...
Well, what do you...
No, that's
if you
okay. I
shave,
feel like
okay?
you need it.
All right.
I want it longer.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Anyway.
I'm the stylist in this, by the way.
Okay, yeah, Kathy is going to be a stylist. So we're going to try dyeing my beard with Nutella today.
So Kathy's going to nut all over your face.
She's going to nut on my face.
Well, there's this. It looks like in the video anyway, if this even works, is that there's some condensed milk. So yeah, I might
lick your face, dude. I might be licking your face.
You want to start with that? It'll look like you.
I know.
Kathy's nutting all
totally glazed me. Anyhow, so we're going to try this out today, and we'll see if it works or not. Ooh, Kathy is putting on rubber gloves.
Oh. Ooh.
What are we doing here?
I think we're getting a rectal search.
Call Dr. Mike.
Sir, what are we going to do here today?
Oh, we're doing
the
role
full
play.
treatment. Yeah.
Role play.
All right,
Well,
you're a border guard.
I wanted to darken up my beard a little bit. You know, it's kind of salt and pepper, but I'm allergic to chemicals, so I need something a little more natural.
Oh, I know what we can do. I have Nutella and something that looks like man juice.
I love that stuff. Man juice and Nutella. Let's give it a try. All right, hang on.
And Kathy came with all the professional equipment, a garbage bag, which has a hole punctured in it that she's putting over Preston's head.
We don't want you to get dirty.
It's a nice little smock. It barely covers your shoulders.
So I'm going to have to leave my headphones off, right? Yeah, because you're going to get up here.
Yeah, come on, man. What are you, a professional? What?
Do you have a brush?
So we're just going to have you tilt your head back a little bit.
Ooh.
All right, now lean in a little more to the microphone, Kathy. You're going to have to rub your breasts on Preston's face.
No, it's as far as...
All right, so we have a mixture. Is it a mixture of Nutella and half and half?
Well, no. So it's Nutella, and then you just take the condensed milk and you kind of sprinkle it on his face afterwards. That's what the video does. So that's
this is like a bad gay porn movie.
All right, I got it a little closer now.
This is really bad.
Can I get a scalp massage too while you're back there?
Listen, we don't do that here.
No, that's
shocking.
That's the hair equivalent of a handy.
Okay.
I thought you were going to be.
It's just a hand.
Using like a brush, like a.
I got a brush.
She's using a spoon.
Yeah, we got to put it on first.
All right, so she's now ladling the Nutella, which is thick, man.
Yeah, how do you not just want to
Oh my God!
eat it right
this
away?
looks like a sequel to Two Girls in a Cup.
Awesome.
All right, so she's spreading it on his beard. He's eating the Nutella. It's disgusting. Oh my God,
Casey.
All right, so the Nutella is being.
No, Preston, you got a little.
It looks like someone
teeth.
crapped on your chin.
Now listen.
Oh
right.
my
video, he
God,
does
Chuck
like-
Berry would be all over this.
Yeah.
It does patches, so I'm gonna do.
Save
patches,
that to the hard drive.
and then I'm gonna rub it in.
All right, so he's got dollops of what appear to be crap on his beard. It's Nutella, though. Are you putting that in his nose?
Oh my God.
Don't you want your mustache done?
God, what a soothing
size
voice.
of a dog turd.
She's got a can of condensed milk. How are you going to pour that on his
That's what they
beard?
did in the video.
You got to pour it lightly because it's a full, wide open can.
Oh my God.
Oh my
What
God.
are you doing?
Jeez.
What are you doing?
What?
It's hot.
Dude.
Oh my God.
You're dying
Oh
of that.
my God. She poured like an
going
9
down-
ounces.
it's
It's
going
going
down my
down his
Mix
neck.
it up and rub it in together.
That is a filthy mess.
Oh, okay, now she's rubbing it in. Okay.
This.
Because he had a giant
mix it up?
glob.
What do they call this? This frothy swirl that occurs after backdoor stuff?
I don't know.
They don't call it.
Is that felching? No, that's with the straw.
Schmegma.
No.
Oh my God, this looks
The
disgusting.
condensed milk is making the Nutella like
Yummy.
gross looking. And
No, this is not yummy. This is weird.
Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah, it's coming in together nicely.
get up on the sideburns there, Kathy.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do sideburns.
All right.
I mean, yeah, I mean, because it's right now, it really does look like someone took a full-blown dump on your face. It really does. But this is, okay, so when you're done nutting on his face, let us know when you need to. How long does it need to sit for?
That's the mystery. I don't know, Kathy.
Like 2 hours.
That's it. Is this just a practical joke from the Nutella world?
Seriously, I think it might be because this condensed milk is really making the consistency of the Nutella disgusting.
Well, I always wanted a pearl necklace, and now I have one. I'm breaking out my camera. I'm going to put it in.
This is part of the one DJ in a dumpster.
No, you know who I look like?
Oh.
Yukon Cornelius, man.
Yes!
Nothing.
If this turns out to be an elaborate practical joke, it's a good one.
It is a good one.
Because we fell for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like there's a bad ending to this.
Right.
You look like this looks like the last scene in the most horrific gay porn ever made.
Yeah, I'm a mess.
It's called Taco Tuesday.
You've got.
Did I get some on my headphones?
You did.
Damn it.
I know. It's
I didn't. I tried. Oh, yeah.
no, Preston
sorry.
did it. It wasn't. It's
you're
not
right.
you, Kath.
He's licking them off.
I'm just trying to see if
How long?
if there is a if it says how long. So let me just check here.
So this is a beauty hack. If this works, you might have something here, Preston. I would do it. I would not do it this way. So we're going to do a post Nutella reveal.
I'm wearing a Michael Jackson mask.
And by the way,
he brought me into the bathroom when I was wiping off the Nutella from my beard, which we were trying to use as hair dye in case you were just tuning in.
this looks all right. So if you didn't hear that, he's wearing a Michael Jackson mask currently because we're going to get a reveal on air. He had Nutella in his beard as a dyeing agent, and we're going to find out if it works. I will tell you what? You look better with that Michael Jackson mask than Michael Jackson ever looked.
It's white Michael Jackson, by the way.
Okay, so you guys ready?
Yeah.
Right,
So before we before we reveal, you took a peek. Any feelings before you reveal to us?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to let you guys take a look. I don't want to tip the hand.
All right. So we can get a drum roll, Case.
Yeah, here we go.
All right, Michael. Reveal.
And here we go.
So the exact same.
Not a damn thing.
Well, your skin is a little dyed on the cheeks.
It's nothing.
Nothing.
It's nothing.
Literally
anything.
Nothing. It is a complete lie.
Damn it.
Jack Nicholson has been enjoying a much quieter life since his last significant acting role in 2010, which was How Do You Know?
Which he shot here.
That's correct. But now his longtime friend and Easy Rider co-star Peter Fonda says that the legendary actor is retired.
Like retired?
At the age of...
I beg your pardon?
He's retired at the age of 79. Fonda said, I think he is basically retired. I don't want to speak for him, but he has done a lot of work, and he's done very well as a person financially.
What kind of project do you think would get him out of retirement and acting again? And I have something in mind. Monster Trucks 2.
Oh, really?
Wait a second. There's an actual monster in the... Oh, that's perfect.
No, I think Connery's up for that role, Steve.
Yeah, this thing just puked in the glove compartment. It's all right. It's just a monster. It's very benign and benevolent. Kind of reminds you of like a whale or something. But it's got tentacles. I don't know what the hell it is. It's a disgrace.
So it's a buddy movie.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, Connery...
I can't even put my drink in the cup holder because the monster's tentacle is blocking it. Calm down, you old idiot.
But Connery, he retired a few years back as well. And I think it's just Jack's time to do the same thing. You know,
God,
they both have a huge body of work, and
you can't say Jack Nicholson hasn't lived.
So there is controversy in the offices of WMMR. I've heard. I've heard. Chuck's cereal bowl has gone missing.
What?
The second one.
Again. Yes. Chuck's first cereal bowl went missing a few months ago. Now, the thing about this bowl, there was nothing special about it.
It wasn't handed down from grandparents.
Well, no. I mean, in its appearance, it was just a plastic, yellowish,
faded yellow
bowl.
Well, you might even walk past it on a shelf.
But when I say nothing special in appearance, does not mean that it was not special to him. Because Chuck, this was a cereal bowl from your childhood.
I didn't know we were doing this today.
Sorry, but
are you emotionally prepared for this?
The first one that went missing, I've probably been eating cereal out of that bowl since I was 6.
Oh man!
Yeah.
Why would you bring that to work though?
Because I love that bowl.
All right,
and it's when I eat my cereal.
So you had the first bowl goes missing. How does that happen? Take us through that.
It wasn't there.
Yeah. How do you know? Where did you leave it? Where was it?
Probably in the kitchen.
It was probably on top of the microwave.
I probably do that once a week for the past 150 years.
What you've done what once a week?
Left it in the kitchen, or I grab it the next day.
I've seen it on top of the microwave.
Yeah,
Chuck, son, it's not your fault.
It's not. I know it's not my fault.
It's not your fault.
I know, and I'm going to burn this place down.
I don't blame it, Kat. I totally do not subscribe to this, Kathy.
Do not leave it out there. If it's your things and you want to keep an eye on it, you don't want somebody to take it, don't leave it out in a community area.
Listen, I'm here at MMR where we're all family, I mean, come on.
We're all family.
No.
Somebody's using it. Someone else is using it.
Kathy.
Someone else is using the family bowl.
Kathy.
Yeah.
I agree. You see a sweet bowl like that.
This time of year is such an interesting transitional time because you've got kids that are going back to school. You've got kids that are going away to school. You've got family dynamics that are kind of changing. And then you have another thing that happens as well, which is if kids go off to summer camp and then they're coming back.
Yeah, that's right.
And Nick had an interesting observation. His son Ben went away to Camp Taqua, which is where you and Marissa spent your childhoods.
Yeah, it was really formative for me and for Marissa growing up. I went a bunch. My brothers went, and so my son's been going for several years now as well as a camper. And then this year, for the first time, he went as a leader in training. They call them LITs. And then eventually you can become a CIT, a counselor in training, and then a counselor.
Is that paid?
This stage is essentially you're an intern.
Oh, okay.
And then next year you get a little bit of a stipend. And then as a counselor, it's a paid position, right? But he was gone away from home for the longest he's ever been away from home, which was a month. So we missed him for being away for that long. But he came back a different person. And so I picked him up on Friday. And I was so impressed that he kind of came out of his shell a little bit. I mean, you guys have known him since he was a baby.
Yeah.
And he's never shy, but he's a little quiet, I guess. And then once you get him talking, he's fine. You can talk to him about whatever.
Was it instantaneous?
Dude, when I got there, yes. Wow. He came up,
Hello, Father.
Well, dude, Preston, it's so funny to watch your kids grow because they've all become incredibly tall over the years.
Yeah.
And Ben is now taller than I am, which is insane.
Dad, this is my wife.
But he really was much more vocal. And I talked to a few of the counselors that he was working with, and they said his goal while at camp was to become more of a leader, to become more vocal, to become, to get out of his shell a little bit.
Wow.
And so this program, which is called the Leadership and Training Program, I really feel like he's become a leader over the last month. And I was so impressed, and it was so heartwarming to see him
Senator
on Friday.
McElwain.
Well, what I kind of wanted to throw out there to people listening, if you wanted to chime in and share, was if you had seen this through your kids or yourself, where someone went away and then they came back however many days, weeks, months later, and something significant changed in them because it could have it could have happened to you as well. You went away to this thing and you come back a different person because it happens, man. And I've seen it happen as well. I have my own story.
Yeah, so there's this thing that has been going on in Catholic high schools for a little while. It didn't exist when I was in high school, but it is a weekend retreat called Kairos. And, all these students are required to do it. My daughter's going to do it for the first time this year. My son will probably do it next year.
That was Thanos' sister, right?
It was Thanos' sister. Well, she was the one who created it.
Right,
so that's why it's called that.
Very caring and empathetic.
But so here's the thing. I don't know what happens on this retreat. I have no clue.
Do you not talk about it like Fight Club, or
it's
is it
kind of like it's kind of like that? But
Interesting.
But from what I have heard,
microdosing?
From what I have heard is that it is so transformative for a majority of the kids that go on this retreat. Like they all kind of leave, going, okay, what is this stupid thing? We have to do it, blah blah blah. And when they come back, they are completely different people. And
they can't stop talking about he who walks behind the rose.
Well, also, so like you go away on this retreat, and maybe in your mind you're thinking, oh, I'm going to go hang out with my best friend.
Right.
No, you hang out with who you are assigned to.
So the switch gets flicked, and you do you know of anyone specifically who you saw the change take place with?
Every single person that I have heard that has come back going, like, that was the most amazing weekend. And it's a long weekend. It's not, an entire summer away or whatever, but this is what it's designed to do. And also, when you go away on this thing, the people that you love and love you in your life are asked to write letters to these people. And that's another... And again, I don't know how these letters are presented to
It sounds
these
interesting.
kids.
It sounds a little... like they're replaced by exact duplicates.
Yeah.
Casey, it's funny you talked about the friends element, because Ben was nervous before going to Takwa because he didn't have any friends that were going the session that he was going to be there. So campers from years past, friends from high school, whatever, he didn't know that they were going to be around, and they actually weren't going to be there at all. And when I picked him up last Friday and I asked him how things went, he said this was the best month of my life.
Wow.
Which was remarkable to me.
That's freaking awesome.
And made these lifelong friends after being there for a month. And so the fact that he didn't have friends there, I think actually was beneficial to him, because he didn't have, sort of a comfort zone to fall back on.
So intern Matt, who just sashayed in here, apparently has been on this retreat. It's just a weekend, by the way?
Yeah, so at my school, it was like you left school on a Tuesday night, and it was a 4-day retreat.
Okay.
And you get back on Friday night.
So it's like what Casey's talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the same thing.
The exact same thing.
Yeah, Kairos, exact same thing.
Wow.
Yeah, so I went to a Jesuit high school, and that's like a big Jesuit high school thing that's kind of circulated around to other Catholic schools.
So can you tell us what happened without fear of being killed by the
Are you allowed, that's the thing, are you allowed to talk about what happened?
Well, if anybody is listening and has not gone on, you did kind of spoil the big thing about the retreat.
Letters. Okay.
Yeah, big thing, because that's kind of like sort of in a way like there's other things that go on in Kairos that like have not been spoiled yet. But
is there a sorting hat?
Wait a minute. What did he reveal? The fact that you're assigned someone?
No, it was the letters.
Yeah.
And that's like a really important night of the retreat.
Is it a very emotional experience, the letters?
I was in a room of like probably, my group was kind of small because I went on one of the first ones after COVID. Mm-hmm. It was like 12 guys in a room. Pretty much all of us were like sobbing. It was incredible.
So that sounds very, it sounds like a quantum leap forward in your emotional and evolutionary experience. So, is it simply you're just reading letters, correspondence?
Yeah, I mean, I got letters from
letters
so many
to Penthouse.
I got letters from my parents, my brother, which was like by far the most meaningful, and like a lot of little ones. Like there was ones from my close friends from high school, but then there was also like little people, like just little friendships I had, like this guy Joey, who was on my bus since freshman year. And we always interacted. We were always friendly with each other, and I never knew like how much our interactions really like meant to him.
That's pretty wild. That's pretty amazing.
Tells them to write the letters to you. What?
The school does. So the school like
so they know ahead of time. The other people,
Homeland
do.
They
Security.
the students that write the letters only know because they were on the retreat. So I kind of felt bad because I wasn't able to like send letters to a lot of like other people in my grade because I was on one of the last retreats. But then when my friend like Sean, who's a couple grades younger than me, like he went on Kairos, I sent him a letter.
You know what? Though? I think in a way this is kind of an interesting thing. You talk about not. We've talked about this many times on the show about not knowing what's going on in someone's world. Here you had this guy that you had kind of a friendship or a quasi friendship with, and he reveals all this stuff in a letter to you, and it can kind of train you to realize that people are many layers, right? Was that the end result?
Yeah, absolutely. Like there was a lot of people in my class and even a class below me, but a lot of people in my class who I never interacted much before the retreat. And it's not like it like revolutionized our friendship and we became really close. That happens to some people, but it was more like, and back in school when we came back, it wasn't like the Breakfast Club rules where it's like we don't interact with each other. I started talking to this one guy in class a lot more because of it. Or
you see them as fully realized. You see them as real.
Absolutely.
I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, because like usually people are kind of narrowed down to your first impressions if you're not like friends with them in high school.
Because Preston, you said when you went into high school, you were more on Molly Ringwald and you left to Judd Nelson.
Yeah, absolutely.
So does it break down cliques?
Because in a way you do kind of go back to like your friend group and your clique in high school, but it does to an extent because I think a lot of a lot of people broke out of their shell, I feel like, in class, or broke out of their shell in terms of kind of feeling more outgoing, and it kind of does bind the class together at the end of the day.
I just got a text from my friend Erin, who I went all through grade school and high school with, and so her sister Maureen was younger than we were, and she said my sister Maureen did Kairos, and she said she wished that they did it before senior year because she spent time with amazing people that she didn't know before.
Right.
And I understand that.
My dearest Casey, next week we shall go to Gettysburg.
Hey, did your kids do this?
Not yet. Well, my oldest is going to be a senior. She's going to do it this year. My son will do it next year, and then my youngest will do it in 3 years. But
it actually sounds pretty good.
Yeah, and listen.
I mean, I think
you when you go into high school, you everybody's nervous. And I always tell this to my kids as they're going in. I'm like, listen, everybody is just as nervous as you are. Nobody's sure if they're going to have friends, if they're, or whatever.
Except for the really popular people.
Super good-looking athletic people.
Even those people have their doubts and stuff. But when you go in, you will sort of gravitate towards and maybe hang out with the people that you meet in the very, very beginning. And then, your circle is a little bit closed.
Right. No, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Preston, was there anything similar that your kids went through?
Actually, yeah. So Carter went on this, I think it was called American Music Abroad.
I didn't do a damn thing.
And they went to Europe for like a week and a half or something like that.
I didn't even know there was a Europe.
He was he was on his own. What year was he? It was like a sophomore or junior year. And he came back a little different in a good way, a little more matured, but he had made relationships with people on a more a real bonding level with these people that he was touring around.
I love that,
and it was pretty cool. He came back, and I was like, I saw him interacting with these people in a way that I hadn't seen him interact with people before, and I was like, wow, okay, a level of maturity just kicked in. Just up a notch or two. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's exactly what I saw in Ben. It was a level of maturity that he didn't have before this leadership program and has now. I did this thing when I was 21 or 22. It was called American Trails West. And it was this bus on wheels across the American and Canadian West. We started in Salt Lake City, went up through Yellowstone and into the Canadian Rockies. And it was 6 weeks. And all of the kids that were on the trip were Jewish American kids. And most of them did not have a lot of experience outside the home. So they led a really sheltered life growing up. They did not know how to deal with a tent or setting up any type of camping gear, and that's what we did.
Sounds like us, Kathy.
That's what we did for 6 weeks. But Steve, they also had no idea how to take care of themselves at all. They had zero responsibility. They had, and by the end of that trip, after being forced to do that for 6 weeks and learn how to gain some self-realization and some responsibilities, they all came out of their shells. It was really cool to watch that happen over 6 weeks.
That sounds cool.
I'm going to go to some calls in a second, but here's a text that says, I did Kairos, we called it Encounter at West Catholic, and my parents said I came back with more appreciation of them and was less of a bitch.
Well, that's pretty fascinating. I was on a program one summer, Preston. We were doing a lot of cleaning up of roadside stuff.
Oh, yeah?
And it got hot. I'd have to ask the boss if I could take it off.
Were you in prison?
Shaking it off, boss.
Prison, Kairos.
Let me go. I have MK on the line. MK, good morning.
Good morning.
What's happening?
So I am Marian Mercy Academy, class of 2013, and we did Kairos, and it's just a weekend of crying and crying and
That
more
sounds
crying.
awesome.
Well, was it
good cries?
Was it transformative? Did you feel? Yeah.
It was very. I definitely had a more appreciation for the girls in different cliques. Like, the jocks, the, quote, popular girls, the theater girls, like, you kind of just have these assumptions about them that, their life is great and dandy. And the way they set it up for us, there were leaders that had gone on Kairos before, and each of them basically pick kind of like a topic that they want to talk about. They share a part of their life that they've been struggling with.
To be honest,
related to scripture and stuff.
What you're saying, we had mentioned it, but it does kind of sound like Breakfast Club. Like.
So, but the best, I would say, there was one girl whose story really resonated with me. I was going through almost the exact same thing. And I remember after she shared her story, we did like a journal entry or whatever. I pulled her to the side afterwards and like just thanked her, and we both held each other and cried. It was great.
That's the only person I ever hugged for any length in school was the janitor. And that was just for lunch money.
MK, how much of this was faith-based that was going on? Because I'm wondering if there are non-religion versions of this out there.
Yes, there are.
Okay.
Yeah, I would, if I remember correctly, they kind of chose like a short scripture passage to go with each day.
Sure.
But I honestly remember the teachers, because each group had a student leader and a teacher leader. I remember the teachers kind of routing back to faith a lot more than the students. I'm not a really faithful person, but the retreat still resonated with me.
They were a little light with the
letters and everything.
Preston, one day the scripture was drink more Ovaltine. Yeah, and you know
cruddy
that's-
commercial.
yeah.
Commercial?
Thank you, MK. We appreciate it. By the way, Casey, is this voluntary? Is this required?
Oh,
Do you have to pay for it?
You have to go. I don't
Are you
know if
invited?
I don't know if you have to pay for it. I believe, and Matt, maybe you can. I think you are obligated to go.
You don't have to go.
You don't have to go.
You don't have to go.
I will say everybody, like, there are some people who are hesitant to go because, they're missing 4 days of school. And that's like,
Yeah.
everybody who goes on and tells you, like, just you'll catch up the homework.
Just
the
go,
teachers
nerd.
understand. Yeah, exactly. Like the teachers will understand.
Or
everybody goes on this retreat.
What if they're like, I don't want to go on this emotional roller coaster ride. I'm
That's
not
also
comfortable
valid.
with
I
that.
want to
you know?
ball the emotions up and shove it way down,
way down deep,
and
No,
keep
but
them.
maybe you're not comfortable
That
with
was
that.
me.
type
I was
of
like,
thing.
I am not going.
Ball them up tightly and shove them down to my body.
Yeah. Hang on, I'm going to go to Monica next. Hey, Monica. Good morning.
Hey, sorry about you guys at work.
We want to hear it, Monica. No bother. What's up?
Yes, so I used to teach at a charter school in West Philadelphia, and a lot of our 8th grade students went on to Cristo Rey High School, and they did this their junior year, and I was often asked to write letters for them to read. So we had like a high school coordinator, and she said, here's a list of the students attending Kairos this year, and feel free to give me any letters.
And so this is a big project. Obviously, this whole letter thing, letter writing and letter reading, is a foundational part of this. Correct?
Well, yes, but I did not realize how. I just wrote a letter about an 8th grader. I'm like, I remember you in 8th grade, and I just talked about how great she was, and I missed her. And then she sent me this Instagram message that was like, I can't believe that you remembered me, and I opened your letter, and then poured out on all these things that every teacher wants to hear.
Wow.
About how, so it was an emotional roller coaster for me. I got this message just thinking I wrote this letter that she was probably barely even going to remember me from 8th grade. And then,
It's like, Jesus, I made all that
you
stuff up.
inspired me to write poetry, and then I'm like crying on my couch. My husband comes home, I'm like, oh my God, look at this Instagram.
You know what? I think there's good to be gleaned from that to get.
Oh my God.
This is the classic getting in touch with your emotions.
Oh my God, it's all teachers want. So
Right. Yeah.
it was amazing for me.
All right. Well, thank you
That's
so much.
pretty
Appreciate
cool.
it, Monica.
Yeah, I remember when I was in CYO in high school, we went away on this retreat. It was not Kairos. It wasn't anything like this, but it
was Club Med.
No, I went to this thing kicking and screaming. I recall crying because I did not want to go away and leave my friends for the weekend, and I had to go to this stupid cabin in the mountains, and I loved that weekend. I couldn't believe how much and I didn't want to go home. And then when we did the retreat the following year, it just wasn't the same. The first time I did it,
because now you're anticipating
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
Hang on. I want to go to Danielle. Hi, Danielle. You're on the air. Good morning. Danielle.
Hello.
Yeah, you there?
She said hello.
Hold on. She may have said her name. What's your name?
Hello. Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah. Is this Danielle?
Yes, it is. I love you guys. Thank you for taking my call.
Absolutely.
My daughter was born with an upper arm difference. She doesn't have an elbow on her right arm.
Okay.
And she is 13. She wanted to desperately meet kids like her who have the same struggles. And we found this year a camp in Maryland. It's called Camp Open Arms. She went, it was 2 weeks ago, beginning of August, and she had an amazing time. It is put on by University of Maryland Pediatrics and the Orthopedic Center. There's Dr. Josh Abzug, who is a free camp for anybody who wants to go. There were 50 kids there. It was absolutely amazing. Just the counselors were amazing. My daughter came out of this never in her life meeting anybody with an upper arm difference like her, and she spent a week of just absolutely amazing time. Came out with such great confidence.
Wow.
And to just 1 week.
Noticeable difference, Danielle?
Going back year after year, they were absolutely amazing.
A noticeable difference, Danielle, as soon as she came back, you could tell?
Oh, absolutely. It's the first day. First day dropping her off, she was nervous. She didn't know anybody going. And first day picking her up, it's a day camp, so I would drop her off and pick her up every day. It was first day picking her up, a huge smile on her face, and said, "I can't wait to come back tomorrow." And I can't
That's
wait
so
to come back
cool.
next year."
That's awesome.
great.
I love hearing that.
Yeah,
Thank you,
yeah.
Danielle. Appreciate that. Yeah. So if you're just tuning in, Nick's son went away to camp, came back, and this time more, planning to be a part of the staff, and came back a changed person. Went away for a few weeks, comes back a new person. And it happens. These transformative events.
What about with you? Did you recall a pivotal point in? Because I can't think of a. I'm still waiting for that time.
No.
Where there was a change that occurred with you, where you evolved or became more mature.
I can't remember any specific.
Was it when you slid down the banister and broke your wrist?
That was I was different after that.
You had to
that's for
learn a whole new way to wipe.
Wait, was that at your mom's holiday party?
No, I got naked at that.
Oh, at the mom's holiday
Or at least down to my underwear.
Right. Your
That was some growing up.
I grew up. Yeah.
Grow out.
I'm growing right now.
I was going to say, I haven't gone on a trip like this yet. I still need to.
Yeah. It was funny, Steve, just talking about like going through his experiences. And I was chatting with Ben's mom last week. We went out and had lunch, and we were both sort of saying we were a little sad that the best months of Ben's life, best month of Ben's life, we had nothing to do with.
Right? Son of a bitch. Do you know all the stuff I bought you?
You paid for it.
Yeah.
To buy your love.
But there are things like this, for adults. A friend of mine did one with like a group of women. They went out to Sedona and they, went to like the vortexes out there and, basically had like a
Did
long
peyote and
I mean,
it's like Nexium, Preston.
Like that show. What was the show, Preston?
Oh, 9 Perfect Strangers,
Like-
or nine Complete Strangers. I forgot
Something
what
like
it's called.
that, yeah, with Nicole Kidman.
Perfect Strangers was
But I
the-
mean,
Yeah.
she said she came home and she wasn't a different person because she's an adult, but like she looked at things much differently, and she went for a reason because she was having a hard time in her life and she wanted to, sort of just change what was going on. And so she came back and looked at her situation differently because of this retreat and the women that she was with.
I find that pretty amazing.
It's interesting watching though the adolescent mature after something like that. Like Nick had said that that all of a sudden the maturity level went up a notch, and it kind of happened while you weren't paying attention because you couldn't, you weren't there.
Yeah.
And it's like, wow.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's interesting.
It's also a cool place because there's very little time.
Can I talk to you?
The kids spend 0 to very little time on their phones. So they're away from their phones. They're away from devices. They're Ben's job was working on the beach every day for a month, and he would load in equipment and take stuff out in the bay and whatever. But they're just not sitting there on their phones all summer long, which obviously has its own benefits.
Yeah. Gina's been on hold for a while. Let me go to her. Hi, Gina. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. What's up, Gina?
So, my son went to where I think Nick wanted to go, Valley Forge Military Academy.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to go there, yeah. Desperately when I was in high school. I couldn't wait for military training.
He bled military.
So my son, he struggled. He actually was an excellent student, went through some trauma at a young age with, the loss of it. My husband died. It's okay. Everything's good. But he struggled a little bit and was really having some hard times. And then I finally was like, you know what? I threatened it with him. And I did it, pulled the plug, sent him to Valley Forge Military Academy. And in a matter of like just a couple weeks, the change was unbelievable. They had the board there, and it was during right, I guess, like after COVID had started, so it was
very locked down.
So they were completely locked down, and no communication, which was extremely hard for me.
So do you think, Gina, that was it that because he was sort of, forced and they as they say, tear you down and build you back up again, or did he respond favorably from the get-go and just bought in entirely?
100% was full on into it.
Wow.
He needed structure. He responded well to structure.
Unbelievably so. That he was actually the second one out of the group, but they call them plebes when they first go in. So he was the second student to earn what they call their cap shield. So they have this thing that they have to go through, and they learn they get their cap shield, and then
it's a Captain America shield.
Oh, now I want to go to Valley Forge Military Academy.
So cool.
He ended up graduating from there. He was class president. He was vice president of I think Rifle Club.
Wow.
He was a captain of all the plebes. He was a Union League recipient from the Union League.
That's a complete 180.
Yeah. How old is he now, and what's he doing?
He is now 19 years old. He is in Westchester University.
Oh, another one.
Yeah. So he's a sophomore at Westchester University with a major in criminal justice and a minor in military science.
Wow.
He's in the Army National Guard.
He could become Tom Cruise in A Few Good Men.
No.
I know, right?
Yeah. Tom Cruise and A Few Good Men, not Tom Cruise and Taps.
I was thinking the wrong time.
Because it was filmed at
No.
Because he goes crazy with a machine gun, he starts killing
You could be Tom Cruise in Minority Report.
Starts killing people.
Yeah.
Well, that's great news, Gina. Happy to hear that. Thank you. We'd have to take a break, though, but we appreciate the phone call. So clearly that's,
that's cool.
A place like that is designed to absolutely structure your life and maybe change your life. But
you could become Tom Cruise in Risky Business.
But going away to camp or to what's the thing called
Kairos.
Oh, Kairos. What is it?
Kairos.
Kairos,
not Kairos.
Can apparently make a bit of a change. It sounds pretty intense. Matt, you were happy you did it?
Absolutely. It definitely
Can you write us some letters
for a little bit.
Yeah, would you write us all a letter before you leave?
Absolutely.
When's your last day on the show?
Last day is August 31st.
Start writing.
You got time for letters now. All right, excellent. Well, thank you, Matt. We appreciate it. I just thought that was, and this is that time of year where I think these things are happening right now because you've got a lot of transitions, like we said, going back to school, people going away to school, sports, like band practice and sports practice and all this stuff has started to kick in. So we're moving into another chapter right now where people are coming back from camp and then they got to move on with another chapter of their life. So it's just
dorm mates.
Yeah, all that stuff is happening right now. All right, well, thank you for the calls. We do appreciate it. We got to take a break, though, because we're going to come back and go live on Fox Good Day. So we will return, and then we got a whole bunch of guests we'll tell you about. Stay put.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
CEO Beasley, I'm grabbing a sweet bowl like that.
Well, here's the deal.
Somebody did, right?
Here's the deal. I don't think anybody took the bowl.
You don't?
Oh,
No.
Casey has a theory on this, by the way.
I think somebody threw,
And it begins in Mesopotamia.
Well, and the word was, the way Casey set it up to me, he's like, I know what happened, and it's BS.
It is BS.
Well, and I think I know too.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I know who it is.
Yeah, no, I know who it is. So here's the deal. Chuck, before, I thought somebody took your bowl. But today, I think your first bowl was thrown away. I think your second bowl was thrown away as well.
Because it was left.
Because it was left in the sink. Now, here's where I have the problem, right? Because I understand you're going to leave stuff in the common area. And for some reason, that irks people, right? And their irkitude supersedes your need to have this bowl, so they throw it away. So here's what happened on Monday, on Martin Luther King Day, when nobody was in the office except for us.
A day of service, traditionally.
Yeah. Nobody was in the office except for us, the morning show, and Bill Weston.
And one other person.
Oh, get out of here.
Bill Weston.
I'm with you,
Bill?
Casey. Yep.
Now,
Bill Weston. known as the man about town, the silver pony, quick with a comment and a quip, always a smile on his face, cigar smoker, a family man. But
And
there's a deep secret.
Despiser of clutter.
Despiser.
Well, and here's the
of
thing:
clutter.
I've had conversations with him specifically about the kitchen, the sink, and the items that are left in the sink.
Wow, I'd love to hang out for your conversation.
That's why I was going to say I think it's Bill. I think Bill takes whatever's left in the sink, if it's left there for more than one day, and he throws it out.
So here,
that ain't cool.
Here is the BS part of it. Okay.
All right.
On Monday morning, Bill was in a Bill mood and decided that he did not like the clutter that was left in the sink, Steve.
A Bill mood is easily identifiable. He's usually singing Katrina and the Waves.
Right. Let me see if I have that, by the way.
He's walking on sunshine.
Whoa!
I don't have it.
And whose bowl is this?
Yeah, it stops right there.
God damn this!
He's whistling his little tune in.
Here I am walking on sunshine, and I see this clutter. I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around Bill.
All right, well, here's
throwing away what is...
Because if it's left there and it's dirty, we're not going to go in there and clean it.
No, it wasn't dirty.
It wasn't in the sink. It wasn't dirty in the sink.
And Chuck...
Okay, because that's usually what...
Don't just put dirty dishes in the sink.
But that's usually what Bill has a problem with, are the things that are left in the sink.
Now, if I had left it on the counter or on the microwave, somebody may have put it back in the sink, and water got in it, made it look dirty. But I don't just put my dirty dishes in the sink.
Here is the BS nature of what happened on Monday. So Bill was in his Bill Weston mood. He was walking on sunshine. He's not walking on sunshine anymore because there are 3 dishes in the sink.
3 dishes in the sink.
What I discovered is actually one of those dishes was mine. I didn't realize that there was a measuring cup left in the sink after the crock pot cook-off.
Well, Mr. Foster, you said there were 3 dishes in the sink, and now all of a sudden there's a measuring cup.
Yeah.
Which
one is it?
But hold on. I just want to point out, it was the Wednesday prior. This is now Monday.
It's now Monday.
So Bill has probably been looking in that sink, and it's been annoying him.
Right. And so I didn't realize my measuring cup was in there because I didn't actually wash the dishes after crock-pot cook-off. So I didn't. So I grabbed my measuring cup, and now there are 2 dishes left in the sink. It is a plate and a bowl.
Okay.
Was it your bowl?
Here is the BS nature of it. Bill Weston then
walking on sunshine.
He was walking on sunshine, not anymore, Steve.
He did not feel good.
No. Bill Weston leaves a sign, hangs up a sign after he puts up a sign, an ultimatum. Take these dishes out of the sink.
Death to America.
By 10 a.m. or I'm going to throw them away.
Whoa.
Now,
wait. You actually saw the sign?
Oh, yeah.
On
You actually
Monday
saw the
when no
sign.
one was here?
When nobody was here!
You can't do
All
that.
right.
So that means
do that!
But here's the thing, that means he thinks it's us.
Please. This changes everything.
Yes.
This is like a Toyota-thon.
How is it like Toyota?
It changes everything.
Changes everything.
All right.
There you have.
Yes.
You have intent. You have a declaration that would mimic the act stated earlier.
Yes.
I rescind my earlier comment, and now I am fully on board with this theory.
We now have motive.
We now have motive. We have opportunity.
Yes.
We have silver hair. And
I submit the silver hair fibers that were found.
Silver, yes, look at this.
Yes.
Silver hair.
Well, not that she's biased, but Emma Watson, who was offered the lead role in the live-action adaptation of Cinderella but turned it down, says that she was happy to take on the role of Belle in Beauty and the Beast. She tells Total Film there's this kind of outsider quality that Belle had, and the fact that she had this really empowering defiance of what was expected of her.
She was also offered the role of Xander Cage, and then Vin Diesel came back.
In a strange way, she challenges the status quo of the place that she lives in, and I found that really inspiring. She manages to keep her integrity and have a completely independent point of view.
Who's playing the Angela Lansbury character? The pitcher or whatever.
I don't know.
I don't know who's voicing
that's sort of a critical character, is it not?
Yeah.
She was the clock or the.
There's Luminaire.
I thought it was a pitcher.
She's a pitcher. Okay.
She's a catcher.
Emma Thompson.
That's a good choice. Yeah.
Most stuff.
And who's playing?
Lumiere?
Yeah.
Is Ewan McGregor.
Nice.
Luke Evans, I don't know him. He's Gaston. Stanley Tucci is Cadenza. Josh Gad is in it. I mean,
who's playing the gravy boat?
Ian McKellen plays Cogsworth. Kevin Kline plays Maurice.
I'm only too happy to hold your gravy, and I promise to keep it warm before you place it upon your mashed potatoes.
He takes it very seriously.
I am the vessel by which you will pour your gravy upon your various meatloafs and mashed potatoes. And I do not take this task lightly.
Okay.
Well, he's a professional, man. He's not going to take a role that's cheesy. You know, I understand
If it is 1 degree colder, I have failed as a gravy boat, and I shall hurl myself off of the bureau.
Should I see the animated movie before I see that?
I don't know. Maybe that's not the way to go because apparently they're saying is pretty close to a live action rendering of the animated movie. It's so weird because this stuff now starts to cave in on itself, you know?
Yeah, the story has existed for a long time before the animated movie.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see live action Cinderella?
I did. I enjoyed it.
No, I didn't.
Did you see animated Cinderella?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
When I was a kid.
Yeah, I mean, Steve's right. It's all the same story over and over again, so it doesn't really matter if you've seen it or not.
Are they working on a live action Pinocchio now?
Yes.
Are they?
Yeah, with Vin Diesel.
Oh, wow. Tale as old as time. I do know the song.
Beauty
and the Beast, and not one drop of gravy spilled.
Will you let it go?
He can't. He can't.
You know who's directing live action Pinocchio?
No.
Guillermo del Toro.
No way. Wow, well, that might be interesting then.
He is a visionary. He's a visionary.
Bitch. Wow. Is the name of that song. Makes me think of Freddy Krueger, too.
I drive a Range Rover, bitch. Get in the Range Rover, bitch. Did you bring a water bottle? It's a long drive, bitch.
9:32.
Where's the Easy Pass, bitch?
Friday morning with the Preston.
What do you call a female dog, bitch?
I actually like that.
Thank you.
Let's get a look at traffic. What's going on, Kathy? Bitch.
Give me some traffic, bitch.
Do you think like Springfield Mall has numbered days eventually? Like these because it's similar in size and everything.
Well, Springfield Mall did the right thing and they put a Target as one of their anchor stores. So that brings in a lot of traffic. It's always packed now.
Sears and Boscov's have kind of.
What are the plans for those? Are they going to remain in the area? Because I know they're putting in apartments. Are they not in condos?
You know what? I don't know.
It's going to be a town center, and there's going to be residences there.
I don't know. Are they going to keep those stores, though?
Oh, those stores? I think so. That's why they're not down.
Although Sears is closing a lot of their stores.
But they've got great plans for the area, bitch.
Freddy Krueger, town planner.
There's going to be a lovely promenade right over here, bitch. And bicycle racks for everyone, bitch.
Town planner.
Yeah. Just a place, community center, bitch. A place where other bitches can hang out and say hi to other bitches. Bitch. Lovely day in the park. Bands can play in the gazebo, bitch.
What about things for the kids?
Things for the kids, face painting, all that stuff, bitch.
It's become cordial.
He's pointing with his razor gloves. So we got a secret text word today. It's your chance to win tickets to the Pod Meets World live event. It's called the Kids Want to Jump Tour. Saturday, September 30th at the Met. Danielle Fischel will be there. Ryder Strong and Will Friedel host this, so they will watch episodes and talk about them and stuff from Boy Meets World.
Yeah,
obviously.
Big popular show.
So text the word secret to 39333 and you might win later on. And I think this is cool because we now have the official information. And I know it always it signals the end of the summer, but MMR's Back to School A to Z.
We love this.
Is getting ready, and it's going to start next Thursday. And correct me if I'm wrong,
but I think it's the first time that we, the Preston and Steve Show, get to kick it off.
You are not wrong, sir. And we are
Okay.
very excited about that. It's absolutely the first time. And this is something that we just enjoy being a part of.
Yeah, all of the jocks here at MMR, I think it's one of our favorite music promotions that we do because the library is so extensive here. And we get to hear songs that you only hear once in a great while.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm like, one of MMR's or one of, Pierre's workforce blocks or something like that. And we get to play all these without any repeats over how many days? 5, 6 days?
Whatever it
something
is,
like
it's
that.
always a day or two longer than we assumed.
Yeah. So a week from tomorrow, it'll start 9 a.m. on our show. So we will get to begin that, which is pretty exciting. I'm stoked about that. And then we always try to guess. Do we ever do block pools on like when we think it's going to end? And I think we've done that with listeners before.
Yeah.
I don't know if we've done that amongst ourselves or not. But.
We should.
All right, we've got about, 15 seconds or so, and then we'll go live on Fox Good Day, and then we'll get into the B-File after that. We have a bunch of guests on the program. Jason Mewes is going to be joining us. There's actually a Jay and Silent Bob cruise.
Yeah.
That is coming up. I don't know if I would dare to go on that or not, but we'll check in with them in a bit. All right, the music means we're going on Fox. Here we go. Yeah.
We're talking about having guests into our homes, for an extended stay, not just, a night, but maybe like a weekend or something. Have you ever had bad experiences where, it's going to be so fun to have them over, and then it goes badly?
Yeah, definitely. I've had that occasion where it's like, this didn't turn out the way we wanted it to be. Absolutely. And it's every single time that my in-laws come.
He's not. They're wonderful people, but we hear stories.
I love them.
We did. They did a survey, and that was number 3 on the list of bad things that can happen. The in-laws didn't work out.
Yeah, so I think that, if they happen to leave, I don't know, their dentures in a cup by the kitchen sink, it could be a little less fun.
What if they really love judge shows, Preston?
We're not going to go down the whole. We're not doing the whole laundry list, Steve. I just wanted to bring up the dentures, and that's it. Yeah.
We hear stories.
Well, a lot of it's too is like cleaning up after themselves and stuff, and going through the kitchen, and you're not
helping themselves to all the food, and most definitely, there can be some intrusive things, and it depends on. If you say, hey, make this, mi casa, su casa, help yourself, then you're kind of opening yourself up to a little bit. You got to really mean it when you say that.
Me dentures, su dentures.
Right.
But you're not supposed to take that seriously, right? When someone says, no, make yourselves at home, you're not really supposed to make yourself at home.
Alex, here's the deal.
Bathroom door open and stuff.
I when I go to visit my dad, he has a big house, and I stay at a hotel. I feel like an imposition. And when people, you can't help it. It's the way that I'm hardwired. I don't want to be, I'm making too much noise. And at some level, it's always an inconvenience. And my teeth are hardwired. So, it's a whole other issue.
Yeah,
but
I'm right there with you. I have friends since I've been 5 years old, and they invite me to stay with them when I'm in their town.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to. I make up an excuse.
I just tell them you don't want to live with them.
Yeah.
It depends on how nice their place is, though. I mean, if they've got a really awesome house, and I'm all about staying with them.
But I agree. You feel it just doesn't work for me. And when we have family come in, we put them up, and then we can accommodate. And there's some that are very easily accommodated. But they're just the normal things that when you go in, it's like the planes, trains, and automobiles with the wet underwear in the sink. No, it's just it'll corrupt your vision of someone you might love.
Exactly. Well, it was really nice visiting with you, but we have to go.
Sorry. Glad you guys could stop by.
No, we can stay if you want.
No, that's all about another time. It'd be great. All right, we'll see you later. All right.
That's the one. We can stay.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
You know what? We thought about it, and we're going to stay another week.
Well, thank you. I'm happy to hear that. Now get the hell out. All right, we got Bizarre File stories. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you by Sequoia Outback. And Sequoia's got everything you can imagine to make your deck or outside space a source of comfort and pride. You can save during their annual end-of-season sale, which is going on now on Route 309 in Hatfield or at decksupplies.com. In Arizona, a man was hospitalized after being stung by nearly 2,000 bees.
Oh,
God! A maintenance worker in his 50s was working at Pebblebrook Golf Course when he encountered a beehive, and it's unclear exactly what led to the attack, but somehow the man disturbed a hive. And when crews arrived, they said that the man was covered in bees. One of the members stated, "We thought that it was grass clippings on his face, but as we got closer, we realized that those were actually bees."
That's when they get sting crazy.
The fire crews wore bee hoods and turnouts to protect themselves while using a hose line that was filled with foam to subdue the bees. The man was rushed to a hospital where he remains intubated. And Craig Powell and J.R. Derringer were on the front nine when this happened. And one of the guys said he stopped. He started waving his arms. We didn't pay a lot of attention to it at first, but then they saw the employee was running on the fairway and they knew that something was wrong.
They said it sounded as if he was singing la-di-da-di-da.
Oh, my God.
Is that
right?
La-di-da-di-da-di-da. Oh, bees!
I was at a golf course one time when I hit a ball into a tree-lined area, and I go in, and I'm looking for my ball, and I'm just kind of searching around, and I couldn't find it. And sometimes, rarely, a ball will get stuck in a tree.
Right.
And so I look up, and, dude, there is a basketball-sized beehive right there. I didn't hear any buzzing, nothing, but it was...
And would you back out?
About a foot or two above my head, and I'm like, whoa!
Yeah.
Yeah, it was freaky. So I let the staff know about it, and unfortunately, didn't see any bees. All right. Pakistan's military rescued 8 people, 6 children and 2 adults who spent hours stuck in agonizing danger in a cable car suspended at least 900 feet in the air after a cable snapped above a remote mountainous area in the north of the country.
Could you imagine that?
No, it'd be terrifying. The Army's Special Services Group rescued 2 children via helicopter by means of a sling lowered from above, and the rest were rescued in a ground-based effort after the helicopter approach became too dangerous, using a chairlift edged along to the intact cable. The first helicopter rescue took 4 attempts. They began looking into alternative methods after 2 military helicopters sent to the group began to further destabilize the dangling car on approach.
They had considered putting a beehive in it, Preston.
Wind and another cable some 30 feet above the stranded car complicated the maneuver, and conditions worst. It was getting dark, and they had to bring a second cable car close to the stranded group along the intact cable from which the car remained suspended to pull them away. Food and water and medicine were passed to those trapped by a small lift affixed to the same cable. So.
At that point, how sure are you you're going to die?
Yeah, I mean, terrified that high up. Yeah. 3 women were hospitalized in Montana after they were the victims of a vicious attack by an otter. This has happened again.
Another otter attack.
And dude, I saw the pictures. I don't know if this is one of the same ones that I reported on, but I saw the pictures of this woman's face.
Yeah.
And it's crazy. She looks like she's out of a horror movie.
She's got otter face.
Jen Roy said that she and her friends were on a floating trip on the Jefferson River to celebrate her birthday when the animal attacked them. She said, "I saw one otter right in front of my friend before it attacked. I didn't even have a chance to get the words out that there's an otter behind you."
It was an otter catastrophe.
Before it attacked her. And she said that the otter was vicious and relentless and bit her all over her body in an attack that lasted around 5 minutes.
And by the way, they're animals, so you can have diseases in their mouth.
Totally.
You don't know who they've been kissing.
She said, without any exaggeration, I did not think that I was going to make it out of that river. And I had no clue if my friends were going to make it out either. But by the grace of God, we did.
And that's the worst obituary. It says she died of an otter attack.
So she said, I was covered in blood, and it was just pouring out of my face and nose. It was cold. We were wet. It was dark. And after escaping the river, they had to wait nearly an hour before help arrived. So they're bleeding all over the place. She was eventually airlifted to a hospital where she received stitches and underwent surgery on her.
Don't come back.
On her face and ear. She now has more stitches, she said, in my body than I can count. Puncture wounds all over her body. She had almost lost half of her right ear, and she had to have several rabies shots. Her friends were taken to the hospital to have their wounds treated as well.
And no indication as to what incited the otter to attack.
No, they said that when otter attacks on human, while they are rare, they can be hostile if they feel threatened for some reason or another. So, yeah.
Who threatens an otter?
I don't know.
I'll kick your ass.
A guided tour through Moscow's sewer system went horribly wrong on Sunday when a downpour flooded the underground tunnels while the tour group was inside. Now, a frantic search is underway for at least 8 missing members of the trip.
This is so tragic. I was reading the story. So they're vacationing. They're taking this cool tour, and it all ends quickly.
3 teenagers have been found dead so far.
Man.
1 17 and 2 15-year-olds. The body of an unidentified woman has been found in the Moskva River, making her the 3rd person to die after the tour. 8 people were known to be on the tour, but officials said more could be missing. 24 people have reportedly signed up to take the tour, but it's unclear exactly how many ended up going. Sunday's trip apparently went haywire when heavy rainfall caused the sewer's water levels to rise quickly, and the group was unable to escape the tunnels. The tour guide is among those missing, and his last text message, he pleaded for an early exit to the tour. Wow.
Oh, man.
All right,
It's a crappy vacation.
All right, we got to do one more story that's not so...
No otters and no sewers.
Crazy, over the top, horrible. These are all pretty bad here. How about this one? Last story. Police have suggested measures to stop sexual activity on tombstones as part of a town redevelopment project in the UK. Suffolk Police made the recommendations to redevelop Eras Square. The area has had high levels of crime and antisocial behavior, including people using raised tombstones for sexual activity, drugs, and alcohol. Residents and business voted for the area to be fully redeveloped. And police were offering their opinion on ways to design out crime at the planning stage of the redevelopment. This included protection of raised tombstones, which Force said were sometimes the site of sexual activity. It's also common to find raised tombstones being used as tables for alcohol and drugs.
That's just bad taste.
It recommended measurements to deter the activity on top of the tombstones, including creating enclosures for individual tombstones or small railings at the top edge of the tombstones.
Then just use those.
As used in other parts of the town. They also said putting up security cameras and better lighting to keep people from banging on the tombstones. And there you
How
go.
about some well-placed Sibians?
That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. A phone call.
What?
We are going to go to Heather, who's on the phone line. Hi, Heather. Good morning.
Oh, hi. How are you?
Awesome. Heather, did you have something to say to us?
Pina colada?
Pina colada. That's right. Now, you yourself may be saying, what the hell does she mean? She says pina colada and you guys go crazy. Heather is clearly watching our video streaming on YouTube right now because we had the very lovely Tina Marie stand behind me and hold up a sign that said to call right now and say pina colada in order to win tickets to the screening of Vacation Friends 2 at Harrah's Pool After Dark, which is tonight, by the way. And so, Heather, you got through. You said it. We are going to give you complimentary food and beverage and an overnight stay at Harrah's this evening in Atlantic City. How about it?
Awesome. Thank you. I can't wait.
Excellent. Our pleasure. Hang on the line. We'll get your information and we'll take care of you.
I think that's so cool.
And I've got a little secret for you.
What?
That's not the only one we have to give away. I would tune into our YouTube channel and stream this morning because you never know, you might have another chance to win. By the way, from 20th Century Studios and Hulu, Vacation Friends 2 stars Little Ray Howley, Yvonne Orji, and John Cena, and Meredith Hagner, and Steve Buscemi. And it picks up a few months after the end of Vacation Friends, and it begins streaming on Hulu on Friday, August 25th. So if you're good, we might have another chance for you to win at some point. We're going to take a break. We got guests coming up. Our first one when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WML.
Bitch. All green, though, bitch.
All green. Environmentally friendly?
Yeah.
I would love to see Freddy Krueger as a realtor.
Great schools in the area, bitch. And here's a nice cupboard for, your little knickknacks, bitch. And this is an electric heat, bitch, so I just want to let you know. Bitch.
Oh, wow. All right.
Freddy Krueger, real estate manager. Bitch.
And his bus stop bench sign says, "Call me, bitch." He's the
His
Tom
face.
Skivington of the underworld.
Right.
Of the other realm. But with the mustache.
And the claws. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Oh, my back hurts.
I love it. All right.
He's slashing prices.
Yeah, somebody texts in, is he slashing prices, bitch? Brent Selleck, 31 years old today. And then it's my birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Preston. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Kathy. I like Nick's version. He's eating a hamburger or something.
He's actually eating loose leaf paper. He's like a goat.
What? You chose to eat instead of sing happy birthday?
I took that opportunity, yeah.
That's why
sang
sometimes
along.
we have to put something heavy over the garbage can.
I'm like a bear.
Are you at all into wine?
Nah. I will. If I go out to dinner and we're drinking, I'll do cocktails beforehand.
And a little blow.
And a little cocaine. No, I'll do cocktails beforehand, but when the meal comes, there are times where I'll get a glass of wine.
Oh, you will?
Yeah, I think it pairs better with...
So will you pair, like, do you like a red, or do you just pair with whatever you're eating?
Whatever
kind of mood you're in tonight.
Yeah, exactly. A little red, a little white. I'll stick with the standard, red meat, red wine, poultry and fish, maybe a white wine. But it's okay to mix it up from what I understand. That rule is not hard and fast any longer. But I will have something. I think it's easier to eat with a meal as opposed to, a Jack and Coke or something like that.
Or a wine and Coke.
But I'm not a...
Which is disgusting.
Well, have you ever tried it?
Yes, I have.
Did you put Pepsi in my wine?
Of course I have.
A wine and Coke?
Was this in the early days?
Yeah. It was When you put anything in Coke.
Yeah. Gin and root beer.
Yeah.
It's like, whatever. What can we mix with this?
Cranberry juice and rum, and we called it crumb. That's not good.
All right.
But like a white wine spritzer, that's,
Oh, I've been doing that lately.
Have you?
Yeah, you know what? I just...
Have you really?
Yes, I've been doing white wine
that's
spritzers
awesome.
in the evening. It just helps with the hangover when you have to get up at 4 a.m.
And I've been making bracelets with my name on it.
So anyway, but I do drink wine, but I'm in no way, shape, or form do I have any room to speak on it.
My wife is definitely, she's into wine, and is this volcanic thing actually piqued her interest.
Okay.
Casey, though, with the white wine spritzer, seriously, I won't take, it has to be a certain grade wine. Like, I'm not going to take something that's, mid to higher level and add, a spritz, and spritz it up.
Yeah. If it's called piss wine from the Piss Valley.
I'll spritz that.
Yeah.
So you do like a Ernest and Julio Gallo or whatever.
Right.
I'll have a glass of piss from the Piss Valley, please. It's not going to taste good.
This is a 78.
But tasting a white wine from Santorini, Greece, Zabo described the wine as...
I am Zabo.
As salty, saline, and crunchy.
Everybody, Zabo's here. Zabo. I am Zabo.
Crunchy wine.
Crunchy.
Do they can they grow grapes hydroponically?
Sure.
And would that make a...
They could do anything.
Yeah, right?
They made RoboCop.
Yeah.
The movie.
They did. He's not wrong.
No, technically he's not wrong.
No. They can do anything.
He also tasted red wine from Canary Islands in Spain and another from Italy, which he described as being wonderfully perfumed, savory, potpourri, floral, and substantial.
Did he mention RoboCop?
No. Not
Zabo, what about RoboCop? What are you talking about? What?
I know you guys think I'm crazy sometimes with my taste palette, but there are, if I look at a menu, a wine menu, I will know, I don't typically like, and it's a wide range, but any wines from California. I don't think I've Yeah, and it can be anything. It doesn't have to be one specific wine.
You
but
don't like them?
typically, like anything that I've tasted, if it's from California, and I don't know, maybe it has something to do with the soil that the grapes
you
grow
said
in.
you're not fond of Mexicans.
Stop it! I never said that.
Oh, we're
I'm part Mexican.
Oh, okay. Well, then why would you say that? That's crazy. No, there's some people
you might have a palate for it.
That could absolutely be it.
But I'm just wondering, maybe it does have something to do with where it's where the grapes are grown.
Yeah, I don't. There's a documentary a friend of mine recommended. I haven't seen it yet. It's about sommeliers, like master wine tasters, and I haven't seen it yet. But he said
it's about sommeliers.
No, in the scene at
pay attention.
In a scene, some friends are talking to the guy. He's like, "Come on, do the thing, come on." And he's like, "I don't want to blah 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 this and that." So he ends up giving in, and they pour him a bottle of wine. He does not know where it comes from, anything like that. He is able to sample it and has such a refined palate that he can not only tell you the type, he can narrow it down to the exact vineyard that it came from.
Gosh, what?
Some people have these incredibly sharp palates.
They're basically the Michael Jordan of the wine world. I mean, it's this rare genetic ability to do something that you can be trained as a sommelier and make it to a level where you can work in a nice restaurant and know a lot about wine. But unless you have this innate ability, you're never going to be like this guy.
It's like people with perfect pitch.
Exactly.
And there are people that can smell things as well and know exactly the origin of it, what it is.
RoboCop has a gun in his mouth.
Well, to reference a movie.
Move along. Drink your wine and move along.
There's a scene in one of the Hannibal Lecter films that he leaves a scent of a hand cream on a letter, and they bring in all these perfume people, and they're able to smell and find out exactly where it came from. And there are legitimately people that can do that. Same thing with wine.
People who work in the perfume industry are paid many millions of dollars because of that ability.
Yeah.
Not that I'm an expert, but I drink Sauvignon Blanc and from New Zealand. There are different wines from New Zealand that I really really love. But to some people, it's going to taste very similar. It's going to taste the same. So we did a taste test, and it was 4 different Sauvignon Blancs from New Zealand, and I picked out each one and which was which.
Okay.
Wow, you're like the RoboCop.
Well, no, but it was like
you're like the RoboCop in New Zealand.
I'm from New Zealand. Lead me to your wine.
No, you have a great nose and a really refined palate.
And awesome boobs.
And a pointy nose.
I would not say a great nose, man. I can't take scents. Like, it gives me a headache.
Your nose has abilities.
Yes, it does.
Is Somm the name of that documentary?
This is the one that I know about, unless there's another one. Maybe there was one that you saw that I didn't, but I've heard of this one before. SOMM.
Well, there is a documentary on Netflix that was, we put it up on PrestonSteve.com, like documentaries that you have to see. And it's about, I don't know if it's about sommeliers or wine, but it is about wine.
So it was my birthday yesterday, and I have like 6 great bottles of bourbon at home.
You got?
Yeah, some of them I got, some of them I bought, and they're of the upper level of bourbon. So, yeah. So I was sampling a few, and the best way to get a feel for them is to taste them side by side, because then you can really taste the differences between them.
No palate cleansers or anything?
No. Okay. Ice. Call that a palate cleanser? And don't give me crap because I put ice in my bourbon. But anyway, I wish I could articulate what I'm tasting. I'm like, yes, this tastes different than that, but I can't go. It has hints of caramel and an aroma of star anise, or I don't know.
Don't use words, just use sounds and grunts.
Yeah, like RoboCop. What about Bob Clip? All right, let's see if we can get the answer to this question. The poinsettia plant is indigenous to what country? 215-263-WMMR. I'm going to go to Mark for the answer. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Good morning. If I win, will this be enough to spray Kathy's bush?
Yes.
Yes.
It very well might be.
Yeah,
Please,
that's
Mark,
fine.
give us the right answer.
Is it Mexico?
Mexico.
You can spray her poinsettia.
You are correct, Mark.
On your fact sheet, does it say where the name came from?
No.
It derives its common English name from Joel Roberts Poinsett, who was the first United States minister to Mexico, and he introduced the plant to the United States in 1825.
There you go.
How about that? And I was just curious how it became associated with Christmas and why. Maybe just because it's red and Santa Claus, and I don't know.
It was Jesus' favorite plant.
Oh.
Yeah.
I had no idea. He visited Mexico.
He did a little travel in his earlier years when he was still in college.
Okay.
Hey, is it true though about that it is not healthy for cats?
Yes, that's
what I've heard.
That it's not healthy for cats. Now, they supposedly created a hybrid version of the poinsettia. So if you want to take a crack at it and see if your cat will survive, go for it.
Wait a minute. In the United States and perhaps elsewhere, there is a common misconception that the poinsettia is highly toxic. The misconception was spread by a 1919 urban legend of a 2-year-old child dying after consuming a poinsettia leaf.
But that's a human child. What about cats?
Let's see. Toxicity is relatively mild. Its latex can cause an allergic reaction in sensitive individuals.
So for 15 years, I didn't have a poinsettia in my house. Really, I could have.
You know what? I don't know. It doesn't mention anything about animals.
Oh, it says there, sea cat's deadly scourge of the feline world.
May sometimes cause diarrhea and vomiting. So
Nothing about kitties.
Nothing about kitties in the in this particular post.
Why don't you Nick, type in the Google search bar pussy and see what comes up. It's probably some sort of
toxic
pussy.
All right. See what we get.
All right.
Only $19.95 a minute.
I will move along. Get back to me if you find anything, Nick. Paula Patton. Oh,
yes.
Dude.
What? I'm doing what Steve said.
Take it off of images.
May I just be?
So he typed in toxic pussy, but he had it on images.
No, you don't want to see that.
It's standard stuff.
Go to videos. Maybe there's cats in that.
Now we know it's bad for your cat.
Go to videos.
Put up the videos.
What about
Oh, Toxic Pussy is a band.
Oh, that's a good band name.
Yeah, it is.
All right.
Okay.
What's your next story?
Dan Rather announced a new social media page in the midst of January's flying fake news and alternative facts.
It's called Shart.com. Shart.com.
Okay.
Now join me over on Snapchat where I show you a sexy new way to work out.
I love your dad, rather. He said, I got into news in the first place to be part of something noble and bigger than myself. For those reasons, I am starting a second Facebook page called News and Guts, a digital news feed of sorts. He said the goal is to inform, innovate, and inspire. So this Facebook page will be under the stewardship of a very talented group of reporters who work at my company. These are men and women who know real news.
Check it out at toxicpussy.com.
Guest in the studio. She is a Kensington native. She is a clinical psychologist. She is an author, and she has a documentary that is based on her. It is now available today on Amazon Prime, Apple TV, Vimeo, and Vudu. Please welcome Dr. Geri-Lynn Utter to our show. Good morning, Jerry.
Good morning.
Or do you prefer Geri-Lynn?
I really don't care. It doesn't
don't
matter.
care.
Whatever comes out of your mouth is fine with me.
Well, Preston, you guys have been dear friends for a long time now, we found out.
We're concert buddies.
Yeah.
100 years ago.
Yeah, Jerry and I went to a Red Hot Chili Peppers concert.
She started in radio here
together
23 years ago. Jerry-Lynn and I have known each other for 23 years
Yes.
and hadn't seen each other probably in 22 years.
So when we said her name, did
Yeah.
you know it was her?
I knew yes, but I didn't realize that until this morning.
You were hearing Jerry Hallowell from the
No, I was
Spice
hearing
Girls.
Jerry-Lynn. And so Jerry-Lynn and I started on a ground crew with a guy named
John Kubiak.
John Kubiak.
Yeah, Cube.
And I wouldn't be here if not for him. And congrats on all your success.
Thanks so much. I feel like I'm back home, but these offices are absolutely stunning compared to what I remember many, many years ago. So it's really cool to be
And some
here.
of them actually have things in them, so a lot of them just sit inert.
Well, the documentary is called Utter Nonsense. I'm sure it's Steve Utter Catastrophe.
You're right.
Would have been better.
Yeah, he's awesome.
But listen, so this covers your life essentially, right?
Yeah, it
Or your
covers-
hardships that you've had to deal with.
Yeah, it covers my life, but I always wanted to hide kind of what was going on behind the scenes of my life, so I drug some other people in with me, and it covers the story of my half-sister, Dominique Harkins, a very good friend of mine, Jerry Shiazza, and another person, Jessica Whalen.
I watched it last night, and it is it's fascinating. It actually comes at an interesting time in my life because I know someone who's dealing with the trauma of a childhood that went awry with abuse. And, someone I love dearly is trying to figure out a plan of attack to get this corrected. So your story and hearing what you went through is astonishing. And I assume, as you sort of indicated in the documentary, you were not, this wasn't, hey, let me tell you my story. You kept it sort of walled in and then realized at a certain point, obviously through your what you were taught and what your focus of study, this could benefit people, just benefit from knowing they're not alone. And so there you get a couple of different stories in the documentary. And I think everyone can find something at some level to relate to that says, maybe I could better my life, by keying off what this person did.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. The stigma for me was really tough. I had both parents struggled with addiction. My mom got addicted, to heroin and opioids. Dad struggled with meth back in the day, and then alcohol as he got older. But even when I worked here, and I worked in my first career was radio, I hid that. I did everything I could to hide it because there's so much shame and embarrassment as a family member. And then I went to school for psychology. I became a licensed psychologist. And through kind of my studies, I got more comfortable, got my own therapy, started talking about it myself, and learned, you know what? Hey, maybe my story can help someone else out. And through sharing, everyone I talk to, no matter where they're from and who they're from, has a story similar and feels more comfortable sharing with me.
But it's no wonder that you would hide information like that. I mean, it's complicated and it's nobody's business. I mean, if it would be uncomfortable to out of nowhere to go, oh yeah, by the way, my parents are addicts. You know what I mean? So how do you find people that you can share that with and be open with that about?
Yeah, I do a lot of, kind of sussing them out, talking to them, gaining their trust, becoming friends with them first.
Right.
Tim Graham, being one of them, believe it or not, was one of the very
yours.
few people who's in the business that I actually shared it with while it was happening. But it just takes a lot of time and trust.
Well, so you go back. You're a little girl. Both your parents are addicts. You're living in the most efficient of efficiency, not even an apartment, just rooms.
Yep.
Your dad had gotten out of jail for drug dealing.
Yes.
He gets out, and so you had one level, everything sort of dominoed into something that, while on the outset looks like this is going to be better, actually turns out worse because now he's lost his income. So you're now even more impoverished. And so all of this starts steamrolling. And just gives us a flavor of the early years of your life. And because you were essentially this little girl who was the adult in that trifecta.
Yeah. So Dad had a colorful background, right?
Yeah.
Dealt a lot of drugs, got in trouble. We ended up living in a boarding house. So it was a 2-room, not 2-bedroom.
Right.
And we cooked off of a hot plate at Tulip and Lehigh in the Port Richmond section of the city, very close to Kensington. You have to be very specific when you talk about neighborhoods in Philly.
Right, absolutely.
You know what I mean? So I'm not going
yeah.
to screw that up.
Right.
But, I'm not going to get... But anyway, so Dad tried to then turn around and do the right thing. Got into the masonry business, started to do, construction work as stucco. And then we moved up to Northeast Philly. Things were okay, but my mom struggled with binge drinking, and there was a lot of domestic violence. When my mom would drink, my dad would beat her, and that was tough. But that was the most normal things were for me because I got to move out to Northeast Philly. I went to Catholic school, and then my parents separated. My dad goes back to the neighborhood and buys a bar at Kensington and Somerset and names it Utter Nonsense.
Right.
That's where the name of the documentary came from.
And you end up bartending there.
Well, he wouldn't let me out.
Right.
So I literally could not go out in the neighborhood. I would have patrons from the bar who had, were involved in drugs that he trusted would walk me to the Martin's Deli Contestant or to get my nails done, but I couldn't go out. My dad would let me 10 bar at 14, 15, 16, and that was my action because I couldn't do anything else. But man, did I learn a lot.
You know what's interesting, and we were just talking about this earlier with Nick had an epiphany. His son returned from a summer camp and had some duties and some chores that he was responsible for, and there was an evolution that took place. You could see it. Everyone here has a story where there is a flashpoint at a particular set of years early on that sets in motion this misery. And so, you in fact, specifically in that early junior high level, when experimentation takes place, when perhaps all of the weight of the trauma you've experienced up to then manifests in you starting bad behavior. And what can you say to people who have kids or kids at that age? What is the one most salient piece of advice about how to keep them from heading down that path?
Yeah, my dad, though not, he didn't practice what he preached, but from the time I was a kid before middle school, young, he used everything he did wrong as an example for me of what not to do. So my advice is just be open with your kids. Tell them the truth. If you experimented, if you used, if you struggled, because then they humanize you. They see you as real. and then you become an ally. You become somebody they're comfortable to talk with. So I think early education, talking to them about drugs and alcohol and things like that is essential to kind of paving that foundation. So when you're not there and they're at a keg party, you know, they know to make the right decision and feel confident in themselves about making the right decision.
Right.
I think I tell you this every time I see you, but you know what you did and where you are, the odds of that happening were very small for you. Were very slim, and the fact that you are there today, I mean, your parent, although addicts and they put you through a lot, they did something in that, and you know, maybe it was your dad teaching you from an early age that this is wrong, but they did something because, I mean, you're a doctor today.
Yeah, and a lot of people are like, well, aren't you mad? Aren't you angry? And yeah, like I went through that phase. I got my own therapy, but at the end of the day, I wouldn't change it. I wouldn't change my parents. I love my parents. Was there resentment and feelings of abandonment and a lot of that? There was. But I know, and maybe this is psychological, maybe I'm just saying this to make myself feel better, but I know that my parents did the best that they could for me based upon what they could offer and their own limitations.
It's so funny because I always think of the original Nutty Professor with Jerry Lewis when he's changing back on stage and he tells the collective, he says, you better learn to love yourself because that's all you got. You know, and it's so hard for so many people. You know?
No, and I think that's the other thing that they helped me with. There was a lot of like, with my dad, if I'd say, hey, I want to do this, and I would start to doubt myself. Like I wanted to go back and get my doctorate. And I was, you know, not the most confident in that. And he looked at me, he's like, kid, he's like, you can do anything you put your mind to.
Right.
And that was the mantra throughout my life. You want to do that? No, you can do it. So giving me a sense of self-worth went a long way.
I'm thinking about you being here in the ground crew in the early 2000s and me at the same time, and like being in our early 20s, and it was party and it was fun.
Yes.
And then you grow out of that and become what you've become now. When did was there a switch? Was there a time in your life where you thought, all right, I'm going to put this part of my life behind me and work to where you are now?
Yeah, it's funny. I did a lot in like the club scene and I bartended. I was never a big partier myself, even though I floated in a lot of those, you know, circles. But I feel like every experience I had kind of got me to where I am now. I am thankful for my radio days and my party days because it gave me the maturity I needed to pursue my doctoral studies. Because listen, if you want to pursue your doctoral studies in psych, they strongly recommend that you get your own treatment.
They say never trust a therapist who doesn't have a therapist.
And I have a lovely one.
Right. All right. Geri-Lynn, the documentary Utter Nonsense. Obviously, I said that's out now today. What does this cover? Do we see your parents? Do they talk to them? Is it all these people that you're referring to in the neighborhood, Kensington, and all that covered in this?
Yeah, there's people in the neighborhood for sure that are from, like I said, my good friend Jerry Shiazza, Jessica Whalen, my sister, my half sister's in it, Dominique Harkins. My mom's in it as far as photos and stuff are concerned. She's in some B-roll, but mom's still struggling. So and dad passed away.
It's and your sister, her story
Yes.
is, and you don't quite realize that's the relationship until a bit into the documentary. But I mean, again, I'm hearing her story. Hear her story in the documentary. She says this story has been played out millions of times in this country, and yet I'm sure when was happening to her initially, I'm the only one, and you don't realize there's so much support out there.
Yes.
I have a question. You said that your parents, you don't hold any resentment against them, but let's say people are going through a similar thing. Do you have to get there? Is it okay if you hold resentment against your parents? You know, I mean, because some of that stuff, if you've really gone through some terrible things, and from people who have done terrible things, I know that forgiveness is an important thing, but there are sometimes you can't forgive certain things.
You're absolutely right. And I think forgiveness is more for you than for the other person. I'm still pissed. I still get angry. My mom's still alive and she still struggles, and I still get hurt because it's a selfish disease. And I always felt like my feelings didn't matter. So yeah, like I still struggle. I don't know all the answers just because I went to school. I still struggle with my dad. There's a beautiful thing about it, and it's sick, but I can say that to you guys.
Yeah.
He passed away.
Yeah.
So what happens when somebody passes away, you take all the good, lovely, beautiful things that they taught you and you hold on to them.
Right.
So that's what I do with my dad. But was he like an A+ dad? Hell no.
Yeah.
But, you know, I just feel like you have to go through this at whatever process and pace that you need to heal yourself.
Well,
there's no answer.
That's Al-Anon. You know, that's people learning to deal with that. Your sister, talks in the documentary about the mindset of someone. I think she used the word traded everything. You would trade everything to stay drugged up. And people say, how can you live that way? We see it is sadly around the world footage of our city of what they call the Walking Dead addicts. How do people end up like that? And she sort of gives the insight on how it does end up like that.
Yeah, and I think the other thing too is that I just want people to know is people who struggle with addiction, it's not like they want that. And they don't want to be filmed down in Kensington, and they don't want cameras in their faces. They don't want to be called zombies.
Yeah.
So it's like nobody chooses it. It happens, and they struggle. It's not a big once you become addicted, the party ends. It's not fun anymore. And I think that's something that we need to do a better job of just educating about.
You always think of a picture of, sometimes you'll see people. There's a American History X has, Preston and I, there's a scene in that movie where Avery Brooks goes to Ed Norton in jail, and he's there, and he's been through all of this, and he's, this is racist, and he's Nazi, and so on and so forth. And he just says one simple question is, what have you done to make your life better?
Has anything you've done made your life better? And he has his moment of clarity.
Yeah.
It hits him, And that's you wait for that moment, and when it's as clear as a bell,
boom,
clearly you can change things, you know, or at least it's starting to head in that direction.
You also never know what other people are going through, right? And so, like, I think that's a really important mindset to try to maintain. It's not always easy. It's easy to judge other people and to look at them and paint it in black and white. When this documentary started to come into reality, how did that start? How did the filming start? And how do you think that can help people who might be going through similar situations?
Yeah, so it's weird how the filming started. My brother-in-law, Billy Godfrey, knew folks at a production company called Glasstown Productions. And he's like, why don't you just meet them? Like, they like to do documentaries. And I'm like, down Ocean City for the summer. And I'm like, yeah, I'll meet them. They're like in Violin. So I went down and I met with, the folks from Glasstown. And they're like, yeah, let's do it. And then it became this, 4-year project because we had COVID. And then we changed the course 100 times. So that's kind of, and they're like, we just want to do it on the book. And I'm like, I don't want to just do it on the book. I'm like, I want other people. Like, I want to hear other people's stories. And the main focus was looking at addiction from different perspectives, not just people who struggle with addiction, but those who love them and how they're impacted. So kind of that's how that started. And it's been a whirlwind. Kathy, you were one of the first people to talk about it on Ben.
Yeah, I mean, and when I heard your whole story, I sat down with Geri-Lynn for, probably a half an hour and heard the whole thing, like when you had your first book out. But back to the documentary, I just wanted to say, so I have addiction in my family as well as do many people, and that the fun part of it, like the fun going away, was I watched it. I watched it from a kid, and it was somebody I was really close with, and I watched the fun dissipate. And when it got to the point where it was just, then he was no longer there, so there was no fun. The fun was gone. But the guy in the documentary, did you say his name was Jesse?
Jerry.
Oh,
Just
Jerry.
like me, isn't that funny?
Okay.
Jerry Shiazza.
So I watched him, and he almost reminded me of the person that I'm referring to in my family, and that like he just was like, I wish I was a kid again where there was no worries and I didn't have to struggle every single day with this, and I wish I could have taken that different path. Had I gone back and known, I would have gone a different way. But he really that kid in him was still there,
and he had abilities. He said he excelled at boxing and all these things that were there, and he's like, why did I let that go?
Yeah, I was sobbing, by the way, by the end of the documentary, especially the way you end it. And I was just like, I texted Geri-Lynn, and I'm like, I'm sobbing right now, by the way.
I feel like I cry every time, and I'm like, I'm so sick of watching this damn thing, like in all the different edits.
Well, the story about this, there's a guy, Eddie, who who figures into the story as well. But I think it was you wake up in a house that you're a little kid, and you're terrified, and you're so terrified you don't know where you are that you just you pee yourself because and you start getting emotional.
Oh yeah. Like that's the kind of stuff, you have these flashbulb memories, and that's one of my flashbulb traumas, so we'll call it that. But Eddie was my sister's dad, and when my dad did a bid when he went away to jail, my mom and Eddie got together and were partying. Back then it wasn't heroin, it was a lot of drinking and a lot of pills. And I was kind of just out there, and they would just drop me off wherever. And imagine being 4 years old, waking up, and I'm like, oh man, like I don't know where I am, and I got to use the bathroom.
You're terrified.
And that was hard, and it was weird because while I'm filming, I have these memories and I've processed them.
You start crying.
Yeah. And I turn around to the producers, I'm like, dude, not a fan. Not a fan of like all this emotion stuff happening. But that's the kind of stuff that sticks with you. Those types of memories, and you
need them.
You do.
You need them.
Nobody talks about post-traumatic growth and resiliency because there is an upside to trauma.
Explain that.
So post-traumatic growth is you go through something traumatic. Again, it doesn't have to be as traumatic as what I went through. It could be something that's a life trauma, losing a loved one, the coming out process, whatever. And it's what happens after the event or after you kind of cross the main crux of what happened to you, and you can go one or two ways, or you can go both ways. But post-traumatic growth basically is the good and the resiliency and the mental strength and what you took away from that can help you on your way in life, instead of just having it kind of identify you in a way that's negative.
In crisis, seeing opportunity.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. You said it better.
Geri-Lynn, I have 2 addicts in my family, one of whom has been clean and sober for 15 years or so and is doing quite well with his life. The other is all but a lost cause, and it's so sad to see what's happened to her. It's really difficult for her parents and for her siblings. Do you think, if it's viewed that way, that she is it a lost cause, I guess is what I'm asking you? Are people that have gone down that path for so long, are they able to, can you help them find a path back?
Yeah, I think, I always think there's hope. My mom right now is 70 years old, and she's struggling right now. She's away, she's in rehab, and she's been struggling, for many years. There's ups and downs with this disease, with addiction. Some people are like, it's not a disease. It's a disease. I'm not going to get into that. But I do think there's hope. And I do think that it's not what we do. It's great that we're there to support them when they're ready to do the right thing, but they have to believe in themselves and they have to want it. And you can't force somebody to want it. It doesn't matter who you are to them. You can be their daughter, their son, their mom, their dad. They have to want it. So I don't know when that switch flicks, but I do believe that it can flick. Or
so I guarantee you there are a lot of people listening right now who are hearing this and are saying, "This is me," or "I know somebody," and they're overwhelmed. What is the first step in either getting the help for themselves or getting help for their loved ones?
Yeah, so I think the first step is just saying, I'm ready.
Yeah.
That, because there's a lot of people that are begrudgingly forced in the treatment for everybody else but themselves. So I think the first step is just kind of like, okay, I'm ready to do the right thing. As far as loved one goes, there's a great saying, you can't take credit for someone's recovery, just like you can't bear the burden for their disease or their relapse. So I think for loved ones, it's being there to support them if that's healthy for you at that point, but they have to do the work. Mm-hmm. So you have to step back and let them want it. You can't force them to it because you're just going to end up being upset.
You see, and it's incredibly frustrating if you do that a number of times and they don't help themselves.
Yes.
And then you're like, yes. At some point, you can be, I'm tapping out.
Yeah.
Done what I can.
And it's okay to tap out. And I've been on this roller coaster for years with my mom, but it's okay to tap out if it's going to be better for your mental health, because you gotta watch out for yourself too when you have a loved one who struggles.
Yeah, because you can be on that sinking ship.
Yeah.
In a different way. You know what I mean?
100. I've been there. I think I'm on it again now.
Yeah.
But you know what? And every time I'm like, I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
But I don't know what the hell happens. Maybe guilt, whatever.
So you've got another book, a new book out. It's called Aftershock. The first one was Utter Nonsense, which is the documentary's based on this. But what does Aftershock cover? And this is available for pre-order, by the way.
Yeah, Aftershock's kind of cool. It's not based on my story. It's kind of just looking what we just talked about, post-traumatic growth. So life things happen, crappy things happen to people. It doesn't have to be severely traumatic. It could be something as simple as changing careers, whatever it is, and it impacts your mental health. But Aftershock represents that what we call delayed trauma response. So you may think you've gotten through the brunt of your divorce, but 6 months later you wake up and you're like, oh man, I feel terrible.
Right.
And it's a delayed response to what you've gone through. And the book just educates on that being okay. It talks about it's okay to seek treatment, destigmatizes seeking mental health treatment, and just normalizes the fact that we all struggle. I don't care who you are.
There's these skills that you learn, and we've talked about this many times on the show, that a lot of people see that it is ephemeral sort of nonsense, that, that's just trippy sort of stuff. But, in the couple of times I've talked to a therapist, you glean things that I've used all the time, which is also, give yourself permission to be human, right? I mean, that's
it.
And also when I was told there's a level of narcissism thinking that you're not going to behave this, but I shouldn't be doing this, or why am I? You know, let yourself be human. Is that a good approach?
That's a huge. That are you sure you don't want to? Because you're on it. You're like hitting it.
Yeah.
But no, I think it's a great approach, and I think it's about being human, and it's humanizing that we have uncomfortable emotions, we have crappy things that we go through, and guess what? It's okay.
Right.
And I think that's the first step. There's this weird expectation that life's supposed to be like la-di-da all the time, and it's
Right.
okay to feel like crap and struggle, and just get the help that you need.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So with the doc coming out, what's I mean, number one, you're anticipating how people are going to react to this, I would imagine. But have you thought about the next step? I know you have some cameras in here right now that are filming.
Yeah, I think the next step, what I would have really loved to do is a podcast,
Oh,
a mental
okay.
health geared podcast.
Yeah.
And I think it'd be cool to get some Philly, celebrity, I guess, involved to a degree that also are proponents of mental health.
So you're going to skip Real Housewives of Kensington?
You know what? I think that would be a great show. But I think I might skip that. But just just normalizing that we all go through stuff, and
Right.
and bringing people on that other people idealize, like John Bon Jovi and what he's doing
Right.
with the JBJ. So that's huge. But like having him talk about some struggles that he's had from a mental health perspective and how it inspired him to do what he's doing today, huge.
That's it. That's it. Just knowing that there are other people,
Yes.
knowing that you're not alone. What a massive difference,
Yes.
right?
Well, congratulations on the success so far and how your life has, turned around and is turning out. And obviously, you've got a lot of things to promote. So the documentary is on Amazon Prime, and this all comes out today, from what I understand. Apple TV, Vimeo, and Vudu. And it's based on the book Utter Nonsense, so that's available. And also the book Aftershock is available for pre-order. So you got a whole lot going on in your life.
I know, and that's why therapy's so important.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right.
So you don't get out of your mind.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, that ship is. Is it okay if I give a shard out? Because I have.
We'll do a shard out.
I
Yes.
have people that love you guys, and if I don't do this, I don't think they'll be my friends anymore.
All right. Go ahead.
So the first shard out has to go to my husband, Greg Godfrey.
Okay. There's
Love
one.
him. Okay. The second one are my kids, Natalie and Gregory. The third is Rayanne, Angelo, and Sue. They watch you guys and listen to you guys all the time. And the fourth is Joe Amadei from Virgil Films, who actually believed in me and gave me a shot.
Okay. This may be the first time ever a guest has requested shard outs. And by the way, she has all the names written on her hand.
By the way, I thought that was a
That's it.
tattoo.
Yeah, yeah.
The whole interview. I was like, oh, she has a tattoo on the palm of her hand. No,
Nope.
it was the
That's
name.
Some sort of
Shard outs.
inspirational. Yeah.
Oh, and my all that's good digital folks. I can't forget that.
Oh, one more shard out for the whole.
Oh, that's good. Yes.
Awesome. Well, thank you for stopping by,
Thank you.
Jerry, and nice to see you. Geri-Lynn Utter. Guys. Check out the documentary now. We're going to go ahead and take a break. We'll come back in a moment. Jason Mewes will be joining us, and Paula Poundstone when we get back, so stay put.
Thanks so much.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMM.
It actually should have been ours, right?
Yeah. They've
We
reported.
always have great ideas years after other people have had them.
He said they've reported with me
Again, that's toxicpussy.com.
about cats.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. They've
And they're the reaction to poinsettias.
Yeah,
which can be toxic and lethal. Hence, toxic pussy.
I don't know why I didn't bring this up earlier when I was talking about accidentally drinking last night.
Yeah.
But the tourism, and you guys know I'm a bourbon and whiskey fan. The tourism is way up in Kentucky.
Because of this?
The Kentucky Bourbon Trail.
Wow. What is the Kentucky Bourbon Trail?
Well, they've got loads of distilleries. So it used to be, and it isn't as much anymore, when...
I assume it's not a straight line.
No, to call a spirit bourbon...
Yes.
Part of the requirement is it had to be distilled in Kentucky.
All right.
There's another requirement. It has to be 51% corn, I believe. But now there are other... now people are labeling bourbon even though if it's not made in Kentucky. So they're actually... There's a local bourbon. It's called Kinsey. And it's out of Philadelphia, I believe. Philadelphia or at least Pennsylvania. And it's called bourbon. I had it. It's good. But anyhow, so Kentucky has a bourbon trail. So all of these distilleries, my dad and I went and visited the Maker's Mark distillery a few years back, which was really, really cool. And there's, Jim Beam and Wild Turkey and Woodford Reserve and just all of these different ones, Four Roses, Evan Williams. And you can go from distillery to distillery to distillery.
How hammered are you by the end of that?
Totally, because you get free samples while you're at them, and they can they do bus tours, so you don't have to drive. And they'll
It's
take
okay, I got it.
My buddies and I, Rochelle and I, and another couple, were going to go do this about 2 years ago, and something came up, and we weren't able to do it because my dad and stepmom live in Lexington, and we could start right there and then work our way through the Bourbon Trail. But we didn't get to do it. It is still on my list of things to go do, but I have been there for part of it.
Yeah, so like Napa and Sonoma are similar. I mean, it is a it's a destination to go. Oh, first of all, it's beautiful up there, and you can go to San Francisco first. But you can do bus tours. But I mean, wine is a lot less potent than bourbon is, and you can really only do like 3 vineyards, and then you're good.
You're going to be wrecked.
Yeah, and at these, obviously you're taking just the small little samples,
half bottles
of the bourbon, just a half bottle. But anyhow, there have been more than in 2016 there were more than 1 million visitors who made stops at distilleries along the Kentucky Bourbon Trail. And the Kentucky Bourbon Trail Craft Tour. What is this music?
Welcome to the Kentucky Bourbon Trail.
I love this.
Oh, what fun we're going to have this afternoon. Happy trails to you. It's not really like a line. It's like you just wander to the left and to the right, and eventually you'll hit a bourbon place. I'll be your tour guide.
Kentucky Distillers Association President Eric.
But first, I got to take a piss.
Eric Gregory says that it shows that people don't just want what's in the bottle, not the Bible.
I don't want what's in the Bible.
So they have a thirst for Kentucky's bourbon culture.
Now, here's where I can connect to this. I do not drink.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone knows that. I, however, am fascinated with the culture surrounding it.
Yeah.
When Mila Kunis talks about the way, what does she do for bourbon? Is it bourbon or what booze does she push?
Oh, Jim Beam.
I think she's Jim Beam.
Yeah.
Is it Jim Beam? That's
talks
bourbon.
about the process and all that stuff. I'm like, I am fascinated by that.
It's pretty cool because you go into where they make, where they create it and distill it and refine it, and it's really cool to see the process, and then they age it in all these barrels.
Right, and then the wood apparently can have, there's like a residue in the wood that can also be part of
the water that they get right from that particular area or county. The minerals in that water have to do exactly with the flavor that comes out. So so they said that it's way up right now. The Kentucky Bourbon Trail showcases 9 distilleries, and it was up 17% from 2015, so it's really cool. I'm going to go do that. I'm absolutely going to go be a part of that whole thing. So I should have brought that up earlier when we were talking about booze. I'm bringing it up now. So there.
It's your show. You can do what you want.
Yeah. Damn it. Antonio Banderas appears to be bouncing back. I did not know this, but he's doing well after being briefly hospitalized for chest pains.
I felt very bad in my chest.
In an interview with The Sun on Monday, Banderas, who is 56, said that...
I thought it was a heart attack, but I just had to fart.
That he was working from home in Surrey, England.
Ah, yes. Like a warm Barcelona evening. I miss my home of Barcelona.
Wait, so you just do that, Casey, again.
Like the streets of Barcelona.
Did you have to waft that up to your face?
It's what you call a Barcelona oven.
So...
You can see the streets now. And the little children playing in the street.
And you know what? I wonder if people have to... I'll bet you people talk to us. Via their radio.
They're probably screaming, "No, you're wrong."
Oh yeah, most of the
that has
time.
to be the most common thing uttered at the radio when we're on. That information's incorrect.
Yeah. In fact, I had jotted down a note not that long ago. I think I have it right here. Yeah, why have you yelled at us?
Oh, really?
Yeah, see it right here?
Oh, I love that.
Why have you actually yelled out loud, audibly in your car at us? I don't know if I want to hear this or not.
I do.
Okay.
Do you think who ranks higher in the yelling department, lawyers or doctors?
Probably. Well, that's let's put it this way: anybody with a degree or even a basic level of intelligence is going to be absolutely irate listening to us.
It's funny because you get bits and pieces of information, and then you kind of put the rest, you make up the other puzzle pieces together, and it must be like A plus B must equal C, I think.
Every state has a Springfield.
Right.
And it sounds theoretically.
Well, I heard that somewhere.
But every now and then we venture into territory where we have absolutely no expertise in it at all. And obviously we have a wide range of people that listen to this show, and some people are experts. Yeah. And then when we start to tread into their waters, it's got to be infuriating.
But the truth of the matter is, part of the mechanics of the show is we enjoy having you set us straight.
Here, I have some examples. I yell when you pronounce towns in Massachusetts wrong.
Okay.
Mechanics, you're almost 100% wrong when you're talking about anything car related.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Yeah.
My boyfriend and I pretty much only yell at Kathy.
Let me go to Kyle. Hey, Kyle, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, Gadzooks?
Gadzooks. I thought you were going to sing Hey, Hey, Paula for a second.
When do you yell at us?
What's that?
When do you yell at us, Kyle?
All right, yeah. So, earlier in the show, a couple weeks ago, you guys.
There might be a gas leak in your house, Carl.
People are yelling right now. Right now.
At you, Kyle.
My cat's sleeping.
No. A couple weeks ago, you guys were talking about like bank robberies.
Yes.
You guys were talking about it's funny. People are calling in about like super crazy. Like they were calling about bank robberies. You guys want to know all the secrets about banking?
Yes, we did want to know all the secrets about banking.
All right, look, you know what? And I was listening at that, and like all like the tellers and everything, and I was hearing like TD tellers calling in about all.
Yes.
Yeah. Honestly, they could lose their jobs over that. As nuts. What they were telling you.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Now, what show were you listening to?
No, he's right. We were talking about, for example, if a robbery takes place, what are the tellers supposed to do? I think that's the conversation Kyle is referencing.
Yeah. So, Kyle, what's your background? Do you have an expertise in that? Are you a bank robber or what?
No, I'm not a bank robber. No, I'm not a bank robber.
There is definitely a gas leak in your apartment.
There are people yelling at Kyle right now.
Open up a window now.
Seriously, Steve.
Okay.
Steve,
We're losing him.
Oh, darn it.
We're not losing him. He's passing out.
The gas finally got him.
Breathe deep, Kyle.
Do you find him an attractive man, Robert Downey Jr.?
Yeah, he's okay. Yeah.
Okay.
He's attractive. I don't know if he would be on my list.
Do you like the attitude?
Do I like his
Do you
attitude?
like his sort of freestyle, loose cannon, happy-go-lucky?
I mean, I like him.
Snarky.
Yeah, no, I do. I like him, but I just don't know if I created this list, if I would have put him on it.
Okay.
He is a guy that has matured well because he
Yeah.
was kind of goofy looking.
He was.
In his teen days and early 20s when he started in the films, and he definitely had chops. He had acting chops. You could tell early on.
Early on, yeah.
But he had a goofy look about him, but he's stayed in good shape, and he got the big gap between his teeth taken care of, and he's a good-looking fella. He did.
Yeah.
If you go back to
Weird Science.
Weird Science.
My name is Tony Stark.
Totally. He had a huge gap between his teeth.
I've just invented a repulsor ray.
Holy cow!
It worked. Tornation, it works.
Good Lord.
I'm going to be an Iron Man. A man what's made of iron.
Number 3 is Denzel Washington.
I want to hear more Dumb Iron Man.
I know.
I'm going to fly. It's cold up here. Gotta remember not to fly too high.
God.
Because my parts all got all frozen up.
Denzel Washington. We are getting ready for the festivities, so let us now go live to a small area of the WMMR parking lot known as Knob Gobbler, Pennsylvania, where our own Nick McElwain and Catherine Motto anxiously await the appearance of the ground slob, Gary Lauer, our slobnosticator.
So we're here to observe a ritual as old as late yesterday afternoon when we first thought about it, and I'm so excited that we're here to observe that ritual.
The arrival of the ground slob, Gary Lauer, and his prediction for a longer or shorter winter. That's what we're here for today, Nick.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can tell or see from the video feed, but it does appear that there's a little bit of rustling going on inside this POS.
Is there a way that we can kind of listen in and see?
Let me put the microphone up to the door.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys can hear anything.
I'll turn it up a little bit.
Okay, all right.
Can't get it open.
Who the hell's out there? For Christ's sake. Can't a man take a piss? This morning boner's so freaking hard to piss in the morning. Give me a thumb of beer, for Christ's sake.
Can you guys hear that? Can you hear the rustling?
Amazing. He's just starting to stir.
Give me that damn beer.
Saying something.
Tell everybody, I think we're going to be in for another 6 more months of winter.
Oh, you should smell it from down here, guys.
Can you see him in there?
No, I can't.
Really?
All I can hear is some rustling going on. I can't see anything yet, Steve. It's not very well lit inside.
Who's he talking to?
I don't think anybody, Casey. I think he's talking to himself.
I heard something about a hooker.
Yeah, he's attempting to. It seems like he's almost attempting to read lines I wrote for him, but not being able to do it. He's almost missing every single line.
That is shocking.
What was her name? I knew it. That damn hooker left her glass eye here again. Darn it. Preston, you gotta help me out here, man. Personal best. I had 16 freaking skid marks in my underwear.
Okay, all right. This is exciting. This is magical.
It's just beautiful.
Okay,
magical. Yeah. So, Kathy's gonna knock 3 times on the door. Knock 3 times on the door. Wait.
Hello.
Okay. And now the moment we've all been waiting for a good 5 or 6 minutes. Hear ye, on this, the 2nd of February, in the year our Lord 2017, our ground slob, Gary Lauer, working his way out of the RV, drinking a beer, terrified of the sun. Beer cans and bottles aplenty.
I need help. We need help.
There's a bottle of Admiral Nelson's rum. We could not afford Captain Morgan's, but we do have
another groundhog here I can share my time with. You know?
Yeah, sure, whatever that was.
All right.
He's got toilet paper draped out of his robe.
He's wearing a robe.
Is there a hole out of his bed?
Is his jam?
I think there's going to be 6 more weeks of winter, children. Boys and girls of all ages.
Well, we haven't asked you if you saw your shadow.
Well, you heard it here. 6 more weeks.
Oh my God! He's walking around. He's absolutely aimless. He's going to the back of the RV. Hey, look in there and see if there's a meth lab.
Gary, come on over here.
There's a lot in there. Here, Gary.
All right, do the official thing, Nick, just to make sure.
Hello, boys and girls. Kid of all ages.
Kid of all ages. Kid of all ages.
Good morning, everyone.
Is that one of the lines you wrote, Steve? Kid of all ages.
I don't even recognize it, but yeah.
Gary,
Gary,
I have to actually ask you a question before you announce it, okay? That's how this works. Because this is tradition and a ritual going back to yesterday.
Absolutely.
Do you,
Absolutely.
or do you not, Gary Lauer, our ground slob, do you see your shadow?
Oh, I definitely see my shadow.
He sees the shadow. I mean,
it's in there.
How not at all anticlimactic.
Well, does that not mean 6 weeks more of winter?
Yeah.
Yes, and that's
Sadly.
what he said.
Oh.
You could understand that?
Not really.
I
think it was written down.
I speak Gary, and I understood that. And yes, he said 6 more weeks. And Gary
looks like an amber.
WMMR.
All right, thank you, Kathy. While we're in commercial break, I was watching the YouTube stream live, and so we play old clips when we're in commercial breaks and when music's playing. And right now they're showing I guess we call it the ground slob day, and it was Gary Lauer being our groundhog, and it made me realize we have not heard from Gary in quite some time.
Yeah, that's actually true.
And I think we need to put a wellness check for Gary. We have to do this every now and then.
Okay.
If it's been like
3 testicles.
if it's been 5 or 6 months, which it kind of feels like it has been. Has it been that long?
No, but I mean,
Well, if it's a couple of months,
It's
I'm
okay.
always like, I'm curious.
It's like Gary's like somebody. If something were to happen, like, would anyone contact us? We need to know.
Somebody,
so we have to call out for him.
Yeah. It would give us peace of mind to know that he's okay.
Yes.
Let's just put that out there. Steve sent me this article. I want to mention this. We have Jason Mewes coming up in like 7 minutes or so. So we have a moment to mention a couple of things. But there is a woman who's on social media, and she's being praised, explaining how the burnt toast theory can be a remedy for anxiety.
Have you guys heard of this thing?
No.
All right. It's all the rage.
I hadn't either.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ingrid, who is from Charlotte, North Carolina, took to TikTok to unravel the meaning behind the hypothesis, which which can have surprising benefits. She said the key was to believe that setbacks are just the universe, either saving us from something more detrimental or pushing us in the direction that we need to go in. And so she said this, and I'm quoting her, burnt toast theory is the idea that if you burn your toast before work and it adds 5 to 10 minutes to your trip, it's actually saving you from something catastrophic.
So it's not actually burning toast every day.
No.
Okay.
No, you don't burn your toast.
Right,
every day.
right.
It's if
just
there,
okay.
I have
if
a
there's
house fire.
If there's an inconvenience, you try to look at it as possibly a benefit in your day rather than an inconvenience.
It's an opportunity.
Yeah.
And you could simply state it that way without the burnt toast thing, because it's my understanding that when you smell burnt toast, you're having a stroke.
Me too.
Yeah.
And that's a bad thing.
So that I don't see the good way out of that.
She says maybe it saves you from a car accident. Maybe saving me from someone who you don't want to run into.
What if your worst nightmare is burnt toast?
She said, but this is the idea that inconveniences in our lives, or when something releases us in the universe, it's either saving us from something more detrimental or pushing us in the direction that we need to go.
I'll have that perspective from time to time. And I can't think of any specifics, but as you're, going through this and reading, I'm like, yeah, I will do that from time to time when something.
Well, because you have to. You want to look at or else it's going to piss you off and it's going to put you in a bad mood.
Yeah.
So you have to look at the bright side of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
and these are all standard concepts. They just frame it against burnt toast.
I think it's a bunch of hooey, but
hokum.
But if you use it as a coping mechanism, I think it's okay. I don't really think that, because the opposite could be.
You miss something.
Or your chance, your moment that delayed you actually put you in the path of that car that was about to cross the street.
Should eat the damn
Let's not
toast.
think that
But
way.
it's a way of going, hey, maybe this is the way, maybe this is for the better.
Maybe
maybe something good comes from this. The problem is you'll never know what that is.
No.
There's no way to ever know.
No, which is why it's just a theory. And, if it can get you through the day, a little happier, not worried about the burnt toast all day. But if I'm running
What
late.
about running eggs?
Well, similar to this, if I'm running late, instead of driving, I used to drive like a lunatic to get where I was going and, all of that. Instead of doing that, like my mom taught me this, just accept you're late. You did something, you're late. It is what it is.
Yes.
And now at this point, while you're driving, you're going to get there at a specific time. You're not going to get there at the time you were supposed to. So just accept it, drive safe, and get there.
I've had that happen a few times where like hitting massive traffic or something like that and going, okay, this is now out of my control.
Right.
There is nothing I can do about this. I'm in this for the ride, and I don't have to be happy about it.
Yeah.
But I don't need to try to force to change the outcome of this.
Right.
You know
I
what
just
mean?
need to be there before Kathy so I can yell at her for being late.
for her being late.
That's all.
Real quick, I'm going to break into this conversation, and I want to go to Jim because he's got something to say. Hey, Jim, good morning.
You guys rock.
Oh, appreciate that. What else you want to say, bud?
Skinny dip.
Skinny dip! Jim is watching our live stream on YouTube because the amazing Tina Marie is holding up a sign that says, call right now and say skinny dip and you win. And guess what, Jim? We are going to set you up tonight, by the way, in Atlantic City. You get to go to the Harrah's Pool after dark. You're going to see a screening of Vacation with our good friend Sarah, who's awesome to hang out with. And we'll set you up a complimentary food and beverage and an overnight stay at Harrah's. All right, my man?
Thank you so much.
You bet. Have fun. Let us know how it goes, okay?
You got it.
All right. And that's not the last one we have to give away.
Tina's like a sign ninja.
She is. And so she was just hiding in the background with a sign that says call in now. So, by the way, it's from 20th Century Studios and Hulu. Vacation Friends 2 is going to be debuting on Friday. So do not miss out on that. John Cena. And he took this to the...
Steve Buscemi.
Lil Riley
Thank you.
Howard. Yeah.
Bunch of people are in it.
Yeah.
So, but anyway... so that might be a good, going back to the burnt toast theory, quote-unquote burnt toast theory, it might be a way to have you pause, think about this thing that you have to deal with, and
it could easily
help
be you
move
crapped
on.
yourself.
A little less anxiety, although crapping yourself could be quite a bit of anxiety. You know what I really get pissed off at regularly because... And it's stupid, and I've started to go to tell myself, look, this isn't a big deal. And it's really not a big deal. It's just an inconvenience. I will spill something. I'm in the pantry or whatever, and I'm, let's say I'm pulling down a box of elbow macaroni, and it just goes everywhere. And then you're like,
Let me tell you.
and it happens with pretty regularity for me.
From the casual observer, it's just about the funniest thing.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's great. But
Hilarious.
little things like that. And then if I tell myself, wait a minute, the physical effort that it takes to straighten this up is really not that big of a
Someone set me up.
Who the hell
Son
set
of a
me up?
bitch. So who's been in the pantry lately?
But I try to remind myself, look, that bending down to pick this stuff up, yeah, is it really a pain in the ass? Not really. It's pretty easy. So don't worry about it.
There are some countries in the world where they can't bend down.
Yeah,
Some
right.
countries,
Remember that. You got to remember that and be thankful the fact that you can bend down and clean up macaroni off the floor.
I just I tend to lose my crap over the small things like opening a cupboard and having something jump out and attack me, like elbow pasta. And
I thought you were going to say like a raccoon.
No. And that's just the way I put it, because every now and then, and it probably happens more often, but like I'll open the refrigerator and something that somebody barely put back in ends up, jumping out at me.
Oh, you had a seizure earlier, and I think a well-warranted seizure on there are things that you ask to be done sometimes.
All right.
Yeah.
So you're talking about someone else's ineptitude.
Right.
I live in a house full of Incredible Hulks that break everything. I could just go through the amount of just like every single thing in my refrigerator, like shelves, faucets. Like I'm like, why are you guys turning things on with all of your might?
Yeah.
you know what I mean? And so it just those
Didn't
are the
your son pull the mirror off the wall?
Yes.
Oh, that was great.
That was a kid being a kid and not realizing. I mean, and honestly, in that situation, he could have died.
Right, yeah.
He pulled a bathroom mirror off of the wall, and
With
it
a
was
plunger.
with a plunger, and it was a giant one. It was like 5 feet by 4 feet. It was a really big, heavy thing. He could have died, so I didn't actually get mad at that one.
It sounds like the premise for a comedy routine, like a plunger to the pulling it off the wall.
Right.
Except that it's could have been awful.
All right. Well, listen. If it works for you, it's called the burnt toast theory.
Try it today or ignore it completely.
You could use it, and maybe it's something you need. You know what else you might need?
What?
A cruise.
Yes.
To the Bahamas. How sweet would that be? And add to that the people of the Kevin Smith universe joining you.
Yes.
Because the Jay and Silent Bob Cruise Askew is coming up in February. And tickets are available at jayandsilentbob@cruiseaskew.com. And to talk about that very thing, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Jason Mewes to our show. Hey, man. Good morning.
How you doing?
We're good, brother. How you?
I'm very good. Very good.
Excellent. All right. So, Jason, you pretty good on cruises, man? Have you done a few in your lifetime?
No, I actually have not done a cruise. But I'm excited to experience it for the first time. For years I've thought about going on a cruise, but I wasn't sure what to expect. But this is like the perfect chance to experience it because, again, it's not just like me getting on a boat and not knowing what's going to happen for the 3, 4, 5 days I'm going to be on it. Because, with this cruise, we're going to be doing podcasts. I'm going to be doing my stand-up comedy, Jay Mewes and his Musing Stories, and there's going to be other comedians doing shows. We have our movies, pop-ups. Kevin Smith's bringing a bunch of stuff and putting like a museum together. We're going to be doing a 90s prom. We're going to be doing casino tournaments.
This is sensational. So we talk about, like, a lot of times there's... the Kiss Cruise, for example, or if there's something that you're into, there's no better way to absorb it. But, I mean, I was looking at, compared to other cruises and other things that other artists or comedians or whatever put together, looking at the list of what you guys have planned for this, this is as immersive, and I know Kevin's going to be, thrilled and all over the place on this, as will you, but you guys cover everything for any fan of the Kevin Smith universe.
Yeah, we're trying, man. We're trying. It's true. I think it'll be there'll be stuff happening nonstop because, again, we have music and There's the comedy going on and autograph sessions and meet and greets. So yeah, I'm hoping, you know, like we really tried a while ago, we started thinking about like, what can we do if we're on the cruise? We're going to be on a boat for 3 days, which is already going to be cool because we're going to Miami to the Bahamas. But like on that on the ocean while we're chilling, there's going to be so much to do: music, podcasts, a little bit of this, promming. So I'm excited about it, and I think it'll be fun. And yeah, like Jason Lee will be there, Ethan Suplee, myself, Kevin. So I think, we'll be walking around having fun and lots of different things to do. So
you have Brian O'Halloran, you have Ralph Garman, you have everybody involved with that. There's going to be an on-ship movies at sea, which is, by the way, have you reached your level of? I mean, how much movies food have you eaten over the years?
It's whenever we have the pop-ups. I got to get some of it because it is some good stuff like the tater tots. Well, they're called hater tots because, anyone who doesn't know what it is, Kevin had to come up with a restaurant that, restaurant in the movies. So he came up with Movies the Cow. And so he came up with all these silly names for the food and stuff, So again, but it's good. It's like, especially the tater tots are really good, and the chicken sandwich, the burger. So again, I would say definitely, like, we've been at San Diego Comic-Con the last couple of years. So, I stuffed my face for the 3-4 days I've been there. So usually as long as the pop-up's open, I'm usually there at least a few days,
Yeah, well, you got
eating my face, stuff in my face.
You mentioned bands. You have Soul Asylum. You have, and you're also. What I think is really cool is you're going to do script readings for Clerks 3 and Mallrats.
Yes, it'll be fun every time we do it because we got Brian and Jeff. The whole cast technically will be there, so it'll be fun. It's like it's the unreleased version. So people, because Kevin wrote the script and then had sent it to Jeff. And, like, I forget, something occurred that pushed it. I think it was during COVID. And then he started rewriting it. And Jeff and him, like, Jeff was like, hey, this is great. But, and I believe they started doing some rewrites. So, yeah, this is something that a lot of people haven't got to hear or see. Cause they saw their version that came out, Clerks 3, but they never got to read the original script. And there was a lot of different, ups and downs with the script, that script. So it'll be fun, man, because, again, there'll be definitely many, many things to do while we're on the boat. And again, not to mention, like, just hanging out with a bunch of different people. So it'll be awesome.
Jason, we've had Kevin's been on so many times, too many times to count on our show throughout the years. And, we've had to ask him so many questions about the movies. But I've wanted to ask you, when you guys first did Clerks, in your wildest dreams, did you ever believe that now, this many years later, you would still be doing events focused around this and that you guys were still as close as you have been all these years?
Definitely not. We did when we did Clerks, I was 17. I just graduated high school and I was putting roofs on houses. I was working a job every day, and we'd film at night. And Kevin's like, I wrote the script and I wrote a character for you based on you. And we, and I didn't think anything of it. I was like, all right, sure. And we filmed at night, and then I'd work every day. And when we were done, even more so, I didn't think anything of it because I didn't know, like, hey, this is my plan. He never sat down and said, hey, this can go, we're going to be going to submit to film festivals, and there's a chance someone could buy this and like it and see it and then put it out in theaters. I just thought he was going to put it together and like a few people would see it, and that was the process. And then all of a sudden, even after it got bought, and I knew that, it got bought by Miramax from Sundance Film Festival, he told me that, and I was like, oh, that's cool. I just thought like, oh, he got his money back, and a few people at the festival, a few people at the festival are going to see it, and that's that. It really wasn't, even at then he was like, I got a 3-picture deal and we're doing Mallrats, and I wrote our characters in again. It really wasn't, even after that, I didn't think anything of it because, after Mallrats came out, it didn't do that great in the theaters, But then when the DVD came out, that's when it started grabbing traction.
Yeah.
And then then we filmed Chasing Amy, and he put me in one of those scenes. And by the time Chasing Amy came out, people started seeing, they were like, we saw Clerks, we saw Mallrats, we saw Chasing Amy. And that's when I started being like, wow, like people are really seeing this. And
It's freaking crazy because we're massive fans, and then you have what I love is seeing celebrities, like movie stars of a certain caliber freak out when they see you and Kevin together because you guys have become such a an iconic part of pop culture. And if you stop and think about it, years ago, obviously you had your issues and with your health and you got yourself up and right. Here you are doing better than ever. Kevin is like a cross-country hiker now, got past a heart attack. There'd be no way you could have predicted that.
No, definitely not. It never dreamt that we'd be doing not only that, like we have our comic book store. It's been over 25 years. We've toured with the podcast. Now we're doing the cruise. I got 2 kids, which I never thought I'd have. I was 40 when I had my first kid, and I remember my 40th birthday was coming up, and I told my wife, I was like, wow, I'm 40. Like, I guess I'm not going to ever have kids. And she's like, well, let's try. And we tried, and I have a daughter who's 8 years old, and I have a son now who's 6 months old. And never in my wildest dreams did I think that I'd have 2 kids, a wife, and Kevin and I would be doing a cruise coming up. And I stream on Twitch. If anyone gets a chance, twitch.tv/Mewes. I stream every day. I play video games. I do Q&As and stuff on there, and it's been a blast. And I do my stand-up, Jay Mewes and His Amusing Stories, which I tell stories about when Kevin and I met. And so I tell some funny stories about when I was using drugs because I can laugh about it now because it's been 13 years, even though it wasn't funny then, but it's funny now. Like the time I set my couch on fire because we had no power or electric. This girl I was dating, we had no money because we used it all on all the drugs. We were getting evicted. We had no heat, no electric. We were using candles to see at nighttime. It's Christmas, and we both fall asleep because we were using, and we wake up and our couch is on fire. The candle set the couch on fire, and I'm like, oh my God, the couch is on fire. I wake her up. And I was too lazy to go upstairs to the only bathroom in the apartment, and so I would pee in a bucket.
Oh, my
God! The grab was a bucket of piss. And I threw the piss all over the couch to try to put out the fire. Yeah.
I mean,
not funny.
you've hung a complete 180. I mean, honestly, and we could not be happier for you because it's just great to see you where you've gotten to, where Kevin Smith has gotten to, and this cruise. If people are interested, they can go to Jay and Silent Bob cruiseaskew.com.
And by the way, you had mentioned doing a stand-up comedy. Real quick, we're going to transition into another interview, and I know you have to go, Jason, but she wants to say hi to you real quick, and I guess you guys know each other, but we have Paula Poundstone, which hopefully... Paula, can you hear us? Can you say hi to Jason?
I do. Jason, how are you?
I'm good. So good to hear from you. Yes, we know each other from a long time ago. And it's so funny. I just saw you. I was watching a show, and you were in the show. And I was like, oh, there she is. I haven't seen her forever. But I hope you're doing good. It's great to hear from you.
I'm doing well. I am so happy. I can't believe you have kids and a wife and a couch without pee on it. That's fantastic. Congratulations.
All right, Jason, we will catch up with you.
Great to hear from you. Yes.
And good luck with it. We'll make sure we hit the cruise again for everybody to know. We'll talk to you soon. All right, my man?
Yes, please.
Right.
Thank you. Have a great day, everyone.
All right. See you, Jason.
Email me sometime.
Oh, she wants you to email her. All right. Absolutely. All right. Jason Mewes, guys. And now, Paula Poundstone. Hi there, Paula. Oh, wait. No, I'm sorry. I turned down the wrong audio.
Oh, Jason was still there.
I still had Jason on. Now we can hear you. Sorry about that, Paula. Hi there.
People get us confused. It's the legs.
It's true.
It's so similar.
That's a big blast from my past. Hey, you guys. Good morning.
It's good to see you.
You know what? We were talking to somebody here a little while ago that's worked with you, a video crew that was here earlier, and they said that you were a little technologically challenged, and I know that now because you are sideways on our monitor.
Because you know what's funny? You're sideways on mine.
No.
And yet I'm the right way.
Well, then, really, there's no, in this sort of universe, who can judge which one is right?
Oh, my.
Well, that's exactly my feeling. And it's so important that we come together, whether we're sideways or right side up.
All of it.
See, Paula,
This is a metaphor for the country right now.
we had a great interview last time with you, and I saw a cat tail off to the side of the table, and we love that your animals always make an appearance in the videos. There was a topic of discussion. How many pets do you have right now? How many animals?
I have 10 cats and 2 big dogs.
Okay, you're doing the groundwork. You walk the walk.
I do. I gotta tell you, a lot of people are judgmental.
Not me.
You could have 10 dogs and nobody would look sideways at you, but have 10 cats and you crazy cat lady. First of all, I'm not a crazy cat lady because I have 2 dogs.
Yes.
That's why I got them.
Right.
Because now that makes me an animal lover. But a lot of people do, they talk to me sort of dripping with judgment. They'll go, how did you get 10 cats? I can tell you exactly how I got 10 cats, which is I had 8 and I got 2 more.
Oh, okay.
That's how you
makes sense.
Yeah.
There's no denying the math on that. So I have to ask you, we have 8. We lost 2. Over the past year and a half, and are older, and we love them dearly. But we have in our house currently, we have 13 cat boxes. Because you want to give them many options, and we change them twice a day. Now, Kathy has come into our house and says she can't detect odor or anything at all.
I really don't know how he does it with 13 cat boxes and it doesn't smell.
How good is your cat box game, Paula?
Well, how many cats do you have there? You have 13
8.
cats.
So the remnants of the additional cats that passed, so we still have the 13 that we keep active for them, rather than throw them off.
Yeah. Well, we have you can tell I have cats. I have.
It's like I don't care.
I'll tell you something. I don't have that many cat boxes in case my couch catches on fire. I want it already to have been peed on. I have 6 litter boxes and 10 cats, and I sift 3 times a day. That's like a word problem from middle school or something.
No, it is, because we have 13 and we do it twice a day. So I think if you crunch the numbers, that kind of works out, right?
Yeah, it sounds like I have more fun than you do because I get that 3rd sift in. And boy, is that a happy time. I was talking to an audience the other night, and I asked if there were any veterinarians in the room. Somebody raised their hand. And I talked to them for a sec. I said, my vet will say to me, like, if I take a cat in for something, they'll say, well, we need a stool sample.
Oh, yeah.
I go, not possible. I have 10 cats. How do I know who? And
Thank you.
Said to me,
yes.
The lady said to me, when we have that issue with someone who's a multiple cat owner, we have them feed the cats crayons.
What?
Oh.
So you get the color?
Yep.
Yes.
That's smart.
I thought that was the funniest damn thing I'd ever heard. And I said, you know what? I'm not going to do that in order to identify a cat. I'm just going to do that in order to beautify the litter box. So, and by the way, that means I have to get the big box of crayons. So we're talking burnt sienna,
the cool colors.
All the red colors.
Do you know what I ended up doing after a while? I got just because you raised the exact point is how I know you're absolutely a practice cat owner. That notion that you're going to isolate a urine sample or whatever is laughable. And I think you've probably gotten to this point as well, where you just look at the vet and they say, now if you could do this and just separate them and make sure they get this kind of food, and then you say, okay, now come into the real world and tell me how I do this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, my cats don't get separate food. I did have a cat that for a little while, I thought the other cats were bullying her because she had all these scabs on her head.
Right.
And so I put her in the bathroom in my bedroom, and I don't allow cats in my bedroom. I just wanted one place with no cat fur. And it didn't work. But so I put a cat in my bathroom, and then eventually I don't know, she just seemed to get used to it there. So we left her there, and then we let her stay in my bedroom. So for the longest time, I had one cat that lived in this one part of my house. And as it happens, right around that time, I saw a video about Mickey Dolenz, or maybe he had posted it about him and Mike Nesmith. And I realized, oh my gosh, Mickey Dolenz is the last living monkey.
Yeah.
And so it caused me to reach out to him on Twitter. We met once 1,000 years ago, but I don't know that he would remember. But I reached out to him on Twitter, just, and I said, just checking in to see how you are. And since then, we have these Twitter exchanges. And during the getting to know you period, I said to him, do you have any pets? And he said, and all this is just via Twitter. Yeah. And he said, no, I travel too much to have pets. So I said, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you my cat Wednesday, but I'll take care of her for you here. And so I send him pictures of Wednesday every so often.
Oh, my God.
And
that's great.
That's great.
Mickey Dolenz says he loves having a cat.
No, that's the way to do it. Yeah.
That's the best way to do it.
Honestly,
Oh,
yeah.
my goodness.
That's how I would like to have grandchildren.
If people are just tuning in, it's Paula Poundstone who's going to be at Sellersville Theater on Saturday, 8 o'clock, and you can get tickets at ts94.com. Paula, I wanted to ask you, this is an off-the-wall, out-of-nowhere question, but as we were getting set for the interview, I said your name out loud, and I said your last name out loud, Poundstone. And is that your given name, or is that a stage name?
Jesus, who would make that up?
Okay, that's what is the have you looked up the derivation of that name and what the pounding of stone, where that would have come from? What were they pounding on stone to get that name?
I always thought, because of the old notion, remember like like back when the Stooges were on, the Three Stooges who I love
dearly,
there was that. I don't know if this was ever true, but there was a notion that prisoners in jail broke rocks.
Right.
They'd say working on the rock pile. So I always assumed. Sorry, I'm allergic to cats. That my relatives were all criminals. But no, you know what? My understanding is that, first of all, it's a German name. Generations ago, it was Fundenstein, I believe, not within my lifetime. But I think there are two English measurements of weight. Pound and stone.
Pound and stone.
That makes sense. That does make sense.
Because I was thinking maybe they were like beating, I don't know.
Like convicts.
Yeah. I don't know. But that makes sense. Pound and stone. Okay.
Although I got to tell you, it wasn't a good name to go through, elementary school with.
Sure.
Every day of my life, either Steve Michaels or Tommy Haber came over and said, Poundstone, Poundstone.
And hit you on the head.
Oh,
yeah.
You can't have that.
I used to say to them, my, how clever. Surely you'll be writers.
That cat allergy.
Stuck right in my throat.
Do you ever one day fear, my wife and I talk about this often, that just by simply being in proximity that we ourselves will spit up a hairball from the animals?
Oh, yeah, I'm fairly certain. You know what's frustrating? Just the other day, I was brushing my animals, and there's something about cats that is so weird. When you get like a pile of fur from brushing them, they come over and roll in that pile of fur as if they're trying to put it back on.
Yes!
I'm like, I'm doing you the favor of taking this off of you so it's not so bloody hot.
I wanted to ask you, Paula, because I've been a fan of your comedy, your writing for the longest time. Just very smart stuff, and you were one of like an early inspiration. I'd see you on shows. Who incited you? Who made you consider a comedy? Who is your muse, so to speak?
Well, I wanted to be a comic performer. I wanted to be a comic actress. When I was, and I'm not, by the way. When I was a kid, I was the youngest in my family. Well, that was always true, whether I was a kid or not.
Right.
I was the youngest in my. You can't rearrange it.
It doesn't change.
No, it keeps a pace. I was the youngest in my family. My mother used to get the other kids off to school, and then she would go back to bed, and I was just sort of, left to wander. This is prior to being school age. It's not like I was wandering in terribly dangerous circumstances. It was a small town in Massachusetts, but
Right.
Oftentimes I would end up in front of the television, and in the morning, was the Three Stooges would be on,
Yeah.
and I Love Lucy was on in syndication, and so I've always felt that the Three Stooges and I Love Lucy were my babysitters when I was growing up. And I think it was because of that, really, that I wanted to be a comic performer. I I loved, obviously, Lucille Ball. And then as I got older, Lily Tomlin and Gilda Radner and Mary Tyler Moore and Carol Burnett. I missed all of that by a country mile, by the way, but I stumbled into stand-up, and that's fun too.
Yeah. I mean, you obviously excel. Who in this, was there anybody? Obviously, you're talking about a lot of very accomplished comedic actresses, and who in the stand-up world was somebody you aspired to be?
Well, I didn't originally know a lot of stand-ups. My parents had all the Bill Cosby albums, and I don't think I want to go camping with them, but I still think those albums are brilliant.
No, yeah, you're right.
That was probably the first quote unquote stand-up that I was familiar with. Back then, of course, people have forgotten, but there were 3 television channels, and you didn't. And they went off the air at like 1:30 in the morning out of some cruel trick. Do you remember watching television at like 1:30 in the morning when the words "We've come to the end of our broadcasting"?
And I remember they would show like
anthem.
and they'd play the national anthem. The flag would be there, or I remember they'd have footage of somebody like shutting off the lights and putting the cat out or whatever.
Yep.
And literally, that's why Preston and I talk about this often. Years ago, the Jerry Lewis telethon all through the night was like, on Labor Day, which are coming up. It was like, it's you. Oh, stay up all night and watch. It was just crazy.
I never thought about that. What, like how weird that was. Yeah, well, my kids and I are big Harry Potter fans, and I try to explain to them what it was like when you were watching TV in the middle of the night, and all of a sudden those words came up on the screen. We've come to the end of our broadcasting day. It was like a descent into hell. It was so depressing and so lonely and it was like your heart was folding in on itself. I say to my kids, I go, it's like when the Dementors came in Harry Potter. Maybe I was a little too into television. That's a possibility.
You're right. There was a time in my life, obviously as cable channels started to come on, it would be more difficult, where I could recite the TV guide shows.
Oh, yeah.
I'm right? And it was kind of, I prided myself on that. But you're right. In fact, talking about that loneliness, that you've been abandoned by the TV channel you're watching. There in New York, there was a channel that would play America's song, Lonely People. At the end, I'm like, that's just rubbing salt in the wound.
Oh, that's cruel. That's cruel. If I were to try to equate it to something, nowadays, when there's 1,000 channels, although I will say there's a time of night where you're watching along just fine, and then the programming changes so that all you can find, no matter how much you flip around, is stuff like shows, infomercial shows like dealing with inflammation.
Right.
Not really.
Not even the good infomercials. Just
not destination television, really. But if I were to try to equate it to something nowadays, I would say that it was when Rachel Maddow went to only one night a week. That
tore you
for
up.
me was a hellish transition for which I may never forgive her. I as much as I like her, I feel like that's just cruel. I'm gonna do a podcast. I don't care. Get back on that show 5 nights a week.
When I was a kid, instead of our local station signing off, it did this really weird thing, Paula, where it had a panning camera, and it would go back and forth, and it would show you this series of dials it had: time, temperature, humidity, barometer, and it would just go back and forth all night long. It was black and white.
Depressing.
And the bizarre thing is we would sit
That's
there
horrible.
and watch it.
You would watch it.
Because there was nothing
Oh
else
yeah,
going on.
watch it. Oh my God. And the last thing you want to do is be reminded of the humidity in the middle.
Yes, you don't need to know that.
By the way, I'm from Massachusetts, and so so I grew up with humidity, but it's not. Now I've lived for the last 30 something years, 40 years or something in Santa Monica, California, and we don't have humidity here.
No.
Until last week.
Yes, you had Hurricane Hillary.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Santa Monica didn't really get hit hard. We had heavy rains and, some tree branches kind of stuff. We didn't have high winds, but we did develop for the first time, I think, in the history of Santa Monica. They had humidity. Every surface in my house, and I live in an old house. We don't air condition. Every surface in my house feels like the adhesive strip on a business envelope.
That's how our studio was last summer, Paula. It was bizarre.
Everything was buckling and everything was sweating. It was horrible.
Yeah, we have this like faux stuff that I guess the humidity had taken the adhesive out, and so all of the faux surface was just coming undone, and you can't probably see it, but just out
you
of
mean
nowhere.
like all the sound baffling
Yeah,
stuff?
a lot of that stuff.
Oh my gosh! So you guys became the old hee-haw set?
Not as high tech. I used to, God, you're bringing up so many wild memories. Hee Haw. I used to watch Hee Haw on Saturday evenings. Because again, you talk about there wasn't anything else on, and you ended up watching these shows that became a ritual. So
Okay, but the other thing was, and I tell this to young people all the time. Okay, not only did we only have 3 channels, but there were no remote controls. And so a lot of times we were too lazy to get up and change the channel. So we just watched stuff we didn't even like.
Yep. You know what?
That,
You're right. What's really pathetic is that even now in this day and age, if I have, and I'm sure you know this, you have a cat sitting on your lap and the remote is across the room, you won't go get it. So and that's how you end up watching The Bachelor.
Well, you know what? I will say, because, and I know that you travel obviously a lot for your job, but I run into the same situation now when I'm at a hotel, because I don't know the channels at the hotel. And whatever, like I'll just turn the TV on, and I'll just click the remote, and I'll end up like, I don't watch the History Channel at home, but like at a hotel, that'll be on the entire stay.
You go exploring. Yeah.
Well, I don't get cable at home. I watch most things on DVD, which is great because I watch what I wanted to watch, and I watch it without commercials. But I have to say, when I get to a hotel, I do grab that remote control and start that long walk around their channels. And I have no idea how many channels they get or what channels they get.
Right.
So every time I come to a show, like I'll come to MASH, you know, and I love MASH, but I'm like, okay, I've seen everyone a million times. Should I stop on MASH? Or what if I keep going and I don't find anything better than MASH, and then I can't get back to
Let's make a deal TV.
It's gambling. It is. It's a form of gambling. Absolutely. My heart starts pounding and my palms get sweaty. It is absolutely a form of gambling.
Well, always an option, of course, is your podcast. Nobody listens to Paula Poundstone podcast, which you've done.
An excellent option.
Yes, a couple of hundred episodes at this point now, right?
Yeah, I think we have we just taped 268 yesterday, I think.
Explain to people what it is, because I love what you're doing.
It's it's a comedy podcast with we have most episodes we interview someone with real information to share on a real topic, but we do it in a comedic way.
Right.
It's, I feel like there should be. I've never come up with a good explanation for our podcast. I will say this: there are some episodes where we don't interview anybody, but rather we review a movie. This happens every so often, which is so. Say there's a movie coming out. Like, let me think. Not last summer, it was Bullet Train with Brad Pitt. Well, we don't get advanced copies of movies. We're just a podcast. And so what we do is when there's a new movie coming out, we review a movie that's barely tangentially related to tell people if they should watch Bullet Train. We watched Titanic because it's both, they're transportation films.
Yeah, there's a correlation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And
when
so,
Men in Black 3 was coming out, we reviewed a Smurf movie because it's Men in Blue. It's this is very helpful. I think,
it's a different way to approach it. You got to break from the pack. We love it.
Yeah. You know, when you and I were growing up, and again, I tell this to young people all the time. I say we had in elementary school, we had some instruction on something called science. This is a long time ago. And one of the things that they would tell us is that we were mammals.
Yeah.
And they'd say, how do you, this is how mammals were defined. We have fur, we breathe oxygen, we don't eat our young, we give birth to something that's, formed, not in an egg. And then they would say, okay, but we're human beings, and this is the difference between us and the rest of the mammals, is that we use tools and we reason. And then, of course, along came the great Jane Goodall, who proved that although we may be the most arrogant species, we are not the only species who use tools. The film of the chimpanzee sticking the stick down the hole and eating the ants off of it. Well, that's a tool. So they changed that. They don't say that anymore. And then the thing about reasoning, well, that just became embarrassing after a while, so they just stopped saying it. Now they say that what separates us from the rest of the mammals is that we have a podcast.
That is the one delineation, is that we
There's
have
been
podcasts.
no proof of animal podcasts as of yet.
That's a salient.
Not yet.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that's a lucid observation.
We'll watch the next step in evolution and see what happens.
Human
though.
beings have podcasts. That's just a fact.
All right. Well, listen, Paula, we got to wrap, but we will remind people of your podcast, which is the Nobody Listens to Paula Poundstone podcast.
And where am I going to be?
You're going to be at Sellersville Theater on Saturday. The show is at 8 p.m. and tickets are available at st94.com for those who would like to go see Paula, which, judging by our text messages, there are a lot of people who want to come see you. So it should be a great show.
I love it at that theater. I can't wait to be there.
It's a
and
great
by
theater.
the way, always happy to be back in Wawa country.
Now you're speaking our language. All right, Paula, we love you. Thank you so much. Have a great day, and we'll talk to you soon, okay?
Thanks, guys. Take care.
You too. Paula Poundstone. Love her.
She's great.
All right, with that, we are going to take a quick break and come back in a second. We got some bizarre file stories on the way, so hang out.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMM.
We have some more invites to our Painfully Single Mixer. It's coming up on Thursday, and we are headed to Maggie's Waterfront Cafe in Northeast Philly.
I think that's good. Everyone is very excited that it's going to be there, by the way. It's a great location for this. And this, of course, the most important mixer of the year.
The view is supposed to be beautiful and romantic, which is perfect for what we're doing. So let's take another 8 callers, 215-263. WMMR. Bill hates it when I do 10, so I'm going to do 8.
10's a weird number.
215.
It looks like a skinny guy standing next to a fat guy.
215-263 WMMR. If you're at least 21 and you can join us, it starts at 6 o'clock, so it's kind of a little bit early. You go straight from work and head on over. And first Butter Bud Light is complimentary, and we'll do the free happy hour buffet, and then hopefully we will hook you up with someone.
We're going to try, but as you said, and you've been saying many times, Preston, work with us.
Mm-hmm. 10 callers now. All right.
No, 8.
Not
No,
10.
8.
No, we're doing 10.
We're doing 10?
Oh, no, we're doing 8.
Yeah,
doing 8?
come on.
I'm sorry. 8.
Which one is it?
It's 8 because Bill thinks 10 is a bad number. Finally, just one more story. Papa Roach has released an official performance video for the song Crooked Teeth. The track is taken from the band's upcoming 9th studio album. Hey, we got crooked teeth. Which is tentatively due out later in the year.
It's like the John Wick theme.
Yeah.
Papa Roach released Crooked Teeth as a single in late 2016, also incorporating the song into their live set. Okay, do you still have your Billy Bob teeth?
Oh, yes, I do.
As a matter of fact.
Yes, I do.
Because you could sing a little bit of the We Got Crooked Teeth song. Was it got lint in it?
No, but how, I'm so hillbilly that I just broke my crooked teeth.
All right, go ahead.
We got crooked teeth.
Look at the camera.
We got crooked teeth. I got a guitar.
It looks good, yeah. Sing it.
All right, write it.
All
Yeah.
right, how it goes, right? So right here. We got crooked teeth. We've got crooked teeth. We got crooked teeth. That's it.
I love it.
Do crooked teeth again.
So we have a couple of guests in our studio, and we might be adding a third in a little while here. I hope you have had a chance to see the teaser for the show Crashing, which is going to debut on HBO on February 19th. It's the world of stand-up comedians, and we'll get into the more details of that. But there's a show tonight. These guys are going to be at the Trocadero, and we want to welcome to our studio two gentlemen. First of all, welcome Pete Holmes to the program.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Star of Crashing. And we'd like to welcome our great benefactor of the Camp Out for Hunger for years, the one and only Judd Apatow.
You guys have cost me so much money.
But you've done a good thing, man.
You know, and the great Artie Lang is here.
I haven't seen you in so long.
They're doing their pleasantries.
Yes.
Artie's making his way over. We'll set him up on this.
Sorry, this is better television than radio. Artie just walked in.
He stole a cup from the hotel, it looks like.
Get everybody set in place here. That's very cool.
You got to put a chain on that like a pen at the bank.
Wow.
How you doing, Artie?
All right, how you doing?
The show, we were looking at the trailer. We love the concept, and this is actually sort of, Pete, this is your sort of a paraphrasing of your life
Oh,
experience.
I thought you were going to say this was your baby. I was like, I've always wanted a baby. Yeah, it's a fictionalization. It's what Jed is so good at is taking something that's true. You know, I was religious. I did get married very young. My wife did leave me for a very small man named Rocco.
He legitimately was named Rocco.
Yeah, she left me for a boxer named Rocky. That is
Boxer,
real.
wait, that's a detail I never heard.
And here we are in Philly. It's so perfect. It's so perfect. But the show is much funnier. That's what Jed. You know, we talked about what actually happened. The emotion we got correct, but then Jed is like, a real divorce isn't fun or funny or eventful.
But you know what?
There's a lot of sleeping and masturbating.
Of course, but that could be said of any lifestyle.
So I gotta ask about this guy because
What's my excuse? I'm still doing that. It's been a decade.
There's a little detail that I saw in the trailer, and it's when you come in and you realize that your wife is sleeping with another man, and he has tattooed on his chest the L from Laverne and Shirley. Oh my God!
I know.
I had to pause it to make sure that was legitimately.
I wish we could take credit for that.
Oh.
That is the dude's real. That's George
Seriously?
Basil.
Are you
That's
kidding?
his real tattoo.
Jesus.
He's a friend of mine. He's hilarious. Because the character's name is Leaf. I thought he put the L on his chest to be
show.
funny in the audition.
Wow.
And he was like, "No, that's my daughter's name. Starts with an L." And I was like, "All right, well, everyone's going to be making fun of you on the radio."
Oh, well, it's funny because we like to go behind the curtain on stand-up comedy and all of that. And this, Judd, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is catching the process in the open mic stages, which is almost never explored. But it's when a comedian who's finding themselves is the most vulnerable.
Yeah.
And you're vulnerable in your own personal experience to begin with because of finding the Laverne and Shirley guy.
How dare you?
And then you're trying to, you're starting on comedy. My question is, you're a practitioner, you're a hilarious comedian. How did you retrain yourself to appear that you're in your embryonic stages?
Comedy is so hard. It's so easy to revert right back to the beginning, I feel. But Judd, you would have us do the same material more than once for the same audience, which would manufacture.
Okay. We would just bore the people who were watching us tape. So I would just say, Pete, do your act. And he's like, well, how do I bomb? I'm like, just do it and then do it again. And by the third time, they're just going to naturally not like you.
They hate you. They're so mad. So I would do bits that I've written recently and bits. It was nice to do jokes that I wrote in my early stages as well. But I like origin stories, you know what I mean? Like when I want to see how Batman becomes Batman, because there's more risk that he's going to get beat up, there's more stakes, you're more worried for him. And Judd and I were excited that there hasn't really been a show about a comedian becoming good instead of just already being great.
And Artie, so you have, from what I see, you have him on your podcast.
Right.
Is that legitimately your podcast, or is this just made up for the show?
No, it's people I could never get in real life on the podcast. I've known Sarah Silverman for like 30 years. I can't get her on the phone. But so it was fun for me to get to have Pete and Sarah there, and then we have my real producer of my podcast came in, which was a great detail that I guess was not necessary, but
no, we like to do that. We wanted to get some of the real people.
Oh, I loved it.
Sure.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
I love telling him not to speak.
If you talk, we owe you $1,000. Please be quiet.
He's in Chicago. He's got a rare thing, an effeminate Chicago accent, which is rare. Like, it's usually Mike Ditka,
almost impossible.
But he's like, listen, guys, I've got to go to the Bears game, and I've got Bears tickets, and and he doesn't drink, but sometimes I think he likes to get out of doing me favors to tell me he drinks, and he goes, I'm hammered. And he lives with me, so he weaseled that, and it was like Felix. He told me he was going to leave in 2 months, and then so he just does everything for me now.
There you go.
And they put him on the show, which was really cool. I mean, he was very excited about that.
As you're coming up as a stand-up comic, I love stand-up comedy. I've always wanted to be a stand-up comedian, but I realize how hard it is, and I'm not brave enough to get up on a stage and do that. But as you're doing this and you're doing open mics, and you have this vision of who you are, but that's not necessarily who you really are. Like you are who you think you are, and how you're perceived by your audience. So where do those two meet? And where does the success come from?
Well, I think that's one of the interesting things we're exploring on the show is the role of failure and like a lot of pain and crappy experiences, kind of refining comedians into funny people. Because when you start, you're absolutely right. And the material you're doing is very bad and light and jokes that anybody could do. But the great thing about stand-up is it's so painful, you have to get better, or you'll just keep getting hit in the nuts. Can you say nuts?
Yes, absolutely.
We have a nice relationship with Mike Birbiglia, and
what I should have said was nothing.
That was so good. And you were in Don't Think Twice, and Judd, you have a relationship with Mike as well, obviously.
He was a consultant on the show.
Okay, so that
you look like Mike Birbiglia.
I do?
A little bit.
Wow, that's a compliment.
I just think whoever you're talking about, you look like that.
I'll take it as a compliment because he's talented. But I loved Don't Think Twice, and I loved it because of what it seems to me is sort of mirrored in this show. There's you pay attention to the art of the craft, and we're all fans of that. So how do you do that without getting too far away from actually being funny and entertaining?
That's a great question. I don't know. I think we might have failed.
Doesn't look that way.
Well, it's about suffering. I mean, it's something about, it's a weird profession because you have to do it in front of people while you suck.
Right. Yes.
Like, that's a bizarre part of it. Yeah. And so if you're trying to make money and you desperately need to pay for your bills, and it's hard to get anyone to pay you when you're bad at it. So it's strange.
Hookers do that, too. It's really other professional. They learn on the job.
The hooker open mic scene is brutal. Don't do it. It sounds great. It's like a free haircut. You'll
I think
regret
that's what you said. Well, it's good to have Judd because you trust somebody. Like he knows how to get it right. So if you figure you just throw a bunch of stuff out there, and he'll know what he's doing in the editing room.
That's true.
If not, it's like I'm clearly the bad luck charm in his career.
Well, don't you have
first
to
time
be
on Howard? If the ratings book came out and he was number 7, I'd be like, he'd look around the room and go, "What's different? What's the reason we suck now?"
Well, that's actually true. One of the great scenes in the pilot, and a big reason why I think we got picked up, was this amazing scene that Artie did, that Judd directed in the pizza place, where the film we shot on film, so you only have 15 minutes per reel, and Judd just yelled out like, "Artie, talk about what you would warn a new comedian about." And Mr. Lang here, I'm a mess and I can't, it kills it. Consummate professional, destroys the reel. Everyone applauds, like Nick Nolte doing an amazing monologue. People are wiping tears. Someone got pregnant. It was amazing. But that's Judd's genius, knowing this is we cast
What
a real
resonates.
guy with real stories, and we just let him talk to a real version of me.
I got to say, Artie, I read your book, Crash and Burn, and man, oh man, that is a powerful ass book. Your ability also to be as candid and entertaining at the same time, I think, is the skill set that makes you just such a great comedian. Because, there's a lot of soul bearing in that. And it's the Game of Thrones with heroin. You know, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's an amazing thing.
And fewer breasts.
Only mine.
I'll say this though, I think you have a real solid dramatic capability. I know you're a Godfather savant. Why haven't you been? Does that entice you at all? The idea of perhaps dramatic acting, because I think you possess that ability.
I've done it before, where people cast me and stuff, where they just say, I know you can do this. Like a director will say, "I know you can do this. Don't worry." But this guy cast me in a movie called The Fourth Floor.
Yeah,
in like 1998. And I told my agent, the guy had seen me on Man TV, and he said, "No, I know Artie can do this." It was playing the murderer in this movie, and opposite Juliette Lewis and William Hurt.
Right.
And I said, "Listen, I can't go to the Yankee Padre World Series if I take this part." And it was being shot in Nova Scotia. And I said, "So I'm going to have like 30 grand on something I'm not watching on television." And it's my team, so...
You're Robin Williams in Good Will Hunting if he didn't meet his wife. I don't have to go see About a Girl. That's the riff of the year, I think.
I'm more like Goodwill Forte. I'm trying to think of a will.
Goodwill Forte.
So he agreed to let me do it. I agreed to do it.
Oh, you did do it.
I
Thank
did do it. It's called The Fourth Floor. And the director was wrong.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, B-File, let's get right into it. I got stories aplenty, and we'll start with this one. A man is facing charges after state police say he attacked a teenager who didn't make him a sandwich.
Where's my sandwich?
State police say the attack happened in New Salem, and Justin Jelitz was allegedly responsible for the attack. Police say Jelitz punched the boy in the face and hit his head on the wall several times, and when troopers asked Jelitz what his name was when they were responding, he told them he was the Uniontown Ninja.
Oh, man.
Jelitz faces simple assault and harassment charges.
You didn't make the Uniontown Ninja his sandwich?
We learn from our mistakes. All right, this is pretty wild. A teenager died in a crash after fleeing from police in Belchertown, wherever that is, Belchertown, on Sunday night. Troopers tried to stop.
We're in Belcher now.
A car, but the vehicle sped away. The vehicle was being operated erratically and failed to stay within marked lanes. The driver, a 19-year-old New Hampshire man, ran a red light at the intersection and crashed into a mulch bed, and the car became airborne. The vehicle hit a rock, a large tree, and a light post before striking the front end of a Jeep Wrangler that was parked at the driveway. But more happened. So the car's engine block was launched out of the compartment.
Wow.
And crashed through a nearby home and landed inside the house on the second floor.
Whoa.
Isn't that insane?
Ma, can you come here?
Donna Sims said...
There's an engine in the toilet.
Listen to this. Donna Sims, the homeowner, said, and I kid you not, engine's still upstairs. They got to get it out. The front end of the
That's
vehicle.
the most action we've had in this house in quite a while.
The front end of the vehicle then struck the exterior of the house on the first floor, leaving gaping holes in 2 levels of the building. Sims said that her mother had left the first floor. Left the first floor room the vehicle crashed into just minutes before the collision. She said, quote, was just looking at the hole in the wall, staring in disbelief.
Well, ain't that the damnedest thing?
The driver who was ejected from the car was pronounced dead at the scene and remains under investigation whether the driver was impaired, but troopers found multiple empty beer cans inside and outside the crashed vehicle, as well as a fake Vermont driver's license. 2 aircraft collided mid-air, leaving one chopped in half before it crashed to the ground. This was in England. The 2 gliders. So these were non-powered aircraft.
Right. I've always wanted to fly in a glider.
Me too. They smashed into each other in the skies above Melton Mowbray, Liechtenstein. One of the gliders crashed yards from a housing estate. Witness David Leach told the BBC, I came out and we just looked up, watching them circle right above us. Then all of a sudden there was a mighty bang.
It's a rather cacophonous sound.
He said, I think the end of the wing of one clipped the back end of one glider, chopping its tail end off.
At least that's what I think.
And one of them just came crashing down like a rocket. No details of injuries have been released.
It's the damnedest thing I've ever seen.
Another local said that the pilot of one of the gliders walked across the field before knocking on her door.
I say.
She said the unhurt pilot was very shaken and concerned about the other pilot. Police said that cops had scrambled to the crash site along with firefighters and an ambulance crew, but I didn't hear any word of any,
gliders,
fatalities or anything.
You usually don't hear about glider accidents.
No, never.
I mean, the whole purpose of them is that you're soaring on the wind.
Up there alone.
Soaring.
Yes. By the way, when I flew back, I went to Florida this past weekend, and I try to get a window seat because I like to look out at the sights and everything. And I saw on my way back 4 other aircraft that I thought came too damn close to our aircraft, either flying underneath or direct the other way.
Were you close to the airport?
No, this is at cruising altitude.
I don't like that.
Like, an hour into the flight, and I'm like, whoa, it's kind of cool to see.
Did you hear the pilot hit the horn?
Freaky as well. No, you know what? That's why they veered out of the way. All right, a judge knows what music he likes, but not how to manage his TikTok account. On Friday, Judge Geri-Lynn Wilcox issued a 21-page verified answer to a 5-page complaint filed against him by the Advisory Committee on Judicial Conduct on July 1st.
What did Judge Geri do?
The complaint by disciplinary counsel Maureen Bauman charged Wilcox with violating 3 judicial conduct canons by posting some 40 videos of himself under an assumed name on TikTok and lip syncing questionable song lyrics in questionable attire and or surrounding.
And so there's a judge doing one of these TikTok dance videos?
Yeah, so while Wilcox concedes his behavior was questionable and inappropriate, he contends the whole affair could have been avoided if someone had contacted him when he allegedly was first recognized on TikTok in March of 2021.
I blame it on the people who didn't inform me that they were seeing me shake my booty.
He states in the document he did not know the significance of what public meant in TikTok's posting context.
Well, you think you want to learn that?
Wilcox believed that the setting allowed viewing beyond himself to include family, friends, and people who sought to connect with him.
I'm still trying to figure out my OnlyFans account.
Who he permitted. He never intended for the posting to be seen by the public at large, but only later changed the designation for his videos to friends only or followers only.
I met a lovely young fellow on J-Date.
Under the fictitious name Sal Tortorella.
Oh, that was his name?
Yeah. Wilcox posted videos playing background music or lip-syncing lyrics from songs such as Get Down by Nas, Sure Thing by Miguel, and Touch It by Busta Rhymes. The complaint states that in at least 11 of the videos, his appearance brought disrepute to the judiciary. He filmed himself in some of the videos.
I was reputing all over the walls.
In chambers or the courthouse wearing judicial robes or partially dressed lying in bed.
How did he not think that would come around to bite him in the ass?
But honestly, who cares?
He didn't think the public was looking at it. Well, Casey, because there are codes that you have to follow. There's the code of judicial conduct.
Yeah.
And so rule number 1.1, canon rule number 1.1, requires judges to observe high standards of conduct so that the integrity and independence of the judiciary may be preserved. Canon 2, rule 2.1 requires judges to avoid impropriety and the appearance of impropriety and to act at all times in a manner that promotes public confidence in the integrity and impartiality of the judiciary. And Canon 5, rule 5.1,
I submit to you,
requires judges to conduct their extrajudicial activities in a manner that would not cast reasonable doubt on the judge's capacity to act impartially as a judge, demean the judicial office, or interfere with the proper performance of judicial duties.
Hallelujah!
Bottom line is, if you're a judge, you can't have fun in public.
Yeah,
That's pretty much it. And then you have to take on that responsibility when you're the judge. And there you go.
You can still felch.
That
Just not on film.
don't video. And that is what I have in the bizarre file. All right, we go now to Lisa. Lisa is calling in. Hi there, Lisa.
Hi, good morning, you guys rock.
We love you, Lisa. What is it you wanted to say to us?
I wanted to say pineapple.
And that is a winner! That is correct. So, you may not understand, but Lisa, you were watching our video stream on YouTube, right?
Correct.
And what did you see?
I saw your beautiful Tina.
Yes, Tina Marie, yes. And she was holding up a sign that said to call in and say pineapple, and
you did it.
therefore she did it. She was the first person to do it.
And you're going to do it again.
And now she is getting, she's going to the screening of Vacation Friends 2 at Harrah's Pool After Dark. It's tonight. Sarah's hosting it. Complimentary food and beverage for you, and Lisa, an overnight stay at Harrah's for you too.
Thank you so much.
Our pleasure. We hope you have a great time.
Yeah, have a great time.
Hang on, we'll get all the information. It is from 20th Century Studios and Hulu. Vacation Friends 2 stars Lil Ray Howery and Yvonne Orji and John Cena and Meredith Hagner and Steve Buscemi. It picks up a few months after the end of Vacation Friends, and it begins streaming on Hulu on Friday, August 25th. Give some love to Tina Marie. Came in this morning. Come over here, Tina Marie. Come here. She wore a bikini because it's vacation time. Anything you want to mention or promote, all things Tina Marie, or are you good? She's all good. All right, we love her. Tina Marie's been with us for a long, long time.
She just did an intense yoga, like a yoga getaway, right? You were posting online. Yeah, it's very cool. All right. I think Claire wants to go there, right? All right. Yeah, I'm going to stay or whatever.
All right, so as we take a break, Kathy, we need a secret text word caller.
How about 8?
Okay. Call number 8 at 215-263-WMMR. We need to know the secret text word. We're going to come back in a moment, and we'll see who our winner is. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve. 93.3 WMMR.
And I yelled, she goes, ugh. And then I thought I really scared her. So I went, whoa, I'm sorry. And the director said, no, she's acting. And I genuinely thought, but she was so sweet and got me through it. And I think I did all right, but I don't know. I would love to try that.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that, and
it depends on the material.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think Marlon Brando would have been any better than the guy who played the skipper in
Alan Hale?
It's just crappy material.
Alan Hale in The Godfather would have been fantastic.
That would have been bad. That's the thing.
Well, you could call Luca Brasi little buddy. That's
I remember I was talking to Norm Macdonald. I was trying to get him to act in this thing, and
that's always easy.
and somebody said, "Norm, you know what? We're not going to have you do it." He's like, "Oh, good, because I don't know how to act." He goes, "You know how I act is I'll think of like a guy from a show, and I'll just do like a impression of him. Like this. I was thinking about doing Inspector Luger from Barney Miller."
I opened up for him doing stand-up once, and they would yell that stuff from SNL. I go, do Burt Reynolds. And he would go, I need the mustache. I never saw a comic just say no to something.
He's a method actor.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, good luck to you guys, and enjoy the evening in Philadelphia. So Judd Apatow, Pete Holmes, Artie Lang, thank you guys. Crashing.
I love it.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a second. Stay with us.
Police are searching for a suspect who allegedly opened fire outside a nightclub in the Philadelphia section of Port Richmond. It happened at 11:15 last night at the Penthouse Club in the 3000 block of Castor Ave. Witnesses told police a gunman got out of the vehicle and opened fire into the crowd. The patrons then ran for cover, but they say it appeared 2 of the 3 men were the intended targets. Those men, after getting shot out, ran back into the club and eventually got into a vehicle without contacting the police.
So there were 15 shots. They were shooting at 3 guys and no one was hit.
They don't believe anybody was
Were
hit.
they stormtroopers?
Many of the witnesses
Guys can't hit anything.
Yeah.
say they hid for 30 minutes fearing they would be hurt. Police found no blood or evidence that anyone was hurt at the scene. They've checked area hospitals, but so far no one has come forward. Investigators found strike marks from the bullets and at least 15 shell casings. One of the bullets hit a nearby car and a neighboring building.
They walked single file to hide their numbers.
Hide the numbers, yes. And those shots, you can see in the marks that were too accurate.
Yeah.
To be sand people.
Police say the suspect was last seen running down Castor Ave. So far, there's no word on a motive for the shooting.
We go down to Obi-Wan Kenobi at the Penthouse Club.
As you can see, these marks are too accurate for sand people. They always march single file to hide their numbers. Back to you.
He's a field reporter.
Yes, we're outside of the Penthouse Club right now. I'm surveying the damage. This is clearly not the work of sand people. As you can see, the shots are too accurate.
Well,
I wish I got the humor. You guys look like you're having so much fun.
I know.
I was singing that.
I was singing that too, Kenny.
4 people in the room are really enjoying themselves.
No idea what we're talking about.
Fifth one,
God.
slightly removed.
Do they not have great aim, or what's happening?
I saw them. They came in from that direction.
He's a witness on the scene. C-3PO.
Thank you, hero.
Yeah.
All right, nerds. Let's do sports this morning.
Shall we do the letter?
Yeah. Okay. I was going to give you another fact about Steamboat Willie.
No, tell me.
I believe that the technique that they used to make that, when they would show that in the movie theaters, it had a certain frequency that it vibrated, that the sound would make, and actually would make people sick.
Wow.
Sick. I just saw Steamboat Willie.
That it would make them physically ill in the theater. And it's like it's almost as if you have like a whoop, 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 whoop type of sound in your ears.
In the projector?
Oh my God, I'm doing Randy Newman cars.
Do it again.
You said Randy
Is this,
Newman.
Survivor? Bum, 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 bum. It's the eye of the tiger. Eye of the tiger. It's a survivor. Survivor. It's Rocky. Looking stocky. Don't mock him. Just rock him.
Wow. Here in my car.
God almighty. That was some of the best verse spitting I've ever heard, Pierre. Rocky looks stocky.
Rocky, well, looking stocky. Don't get too cocky.
Now we can do the letter of the day.
Fantastic.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
I'd actually like that to be on the Daily Rush. It was the very end of the show, but
Well, you started to do the sound, and I heard Gary Newman.
that was fun. All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
U as in utility.
All right, and we have a trip for you to L.A. for the premiere of Warner Brothers Pictures' Kong Skull Island. On March 18th, Kong Skull Island hits theaters nationwide on March 10th, mind you. So we'll give that away tomorrow. It's a very cool thing. How about the show today, Pierre?
So we got more Philly Home and Garden Show tickets at the Expo Center Friday through Sunday, which will be fun. And we've got a block of Avenged Sevenfold. Yesterday we did Volbeat, one of the opening bands from Metallica. Avenged Sevenfold, another of the opening bands. And...
right?
Wow.
Oh, yeah, Kathy has her lipstick on. Oh, my God.
Hello.
Wow.
Do you know,
That's horrible.
What it looks like is it looks like you've been huffing paint.
It does.
Yeah.
It really does.
Yeah.
You know what though? I'm thinking. So it's one of these little samples that comes in. You know, you can where you get like a little bag of samples. It's something you can subscribe to, and I did it for years, and that's what this is from. But I'm thinking it might not even be lipstick.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like a liquid.
Car paint?
No, like a liquid eyeshadow or something. Because the way it's sitting on my lips, it's not.
It doesn't feel like lipstick.
No.
Well,
it
what
does
does
not
the
feel like lipstick.
bottle say?
It doesn't. It's just a little tiny sample, so it doesn't say.
What color is it labeled as?
No idea.
Fragrant pink?
Oh, it's like a gold.
metallic gold.
There's a character that Dave Chappelle does where he's a crackhead.
Yeah.
And that's what
he looks like, yeah. What's his name again?
Oh, I wish I could remember.
Rose gold, Pierre.
Rose gold. Okay, so it's got a little pink or red in it. Kathy, give us a big toothy Kathy smile with those.
Wow.
Hold on, I'm looking up.
Thank you for doing that.
No, that's beautiful.
Time for the news.
That was the thing that first attracted me to her.
Here's the theme for her news.
It could be like
Eye of the tiger. Eye of the tiger. What rhymes with tiger? Liger. Have a lager because it's beer week. Okay. Don't be a freak.
Honestly, if we don't sell those as albums, two separate albums.
I think that's album worthy.
All right, we shall see if we can get an answer to this question. What kind of a tower do we want named after us in Bristol? 215-263-WMMR. I will go to Dan. Let's see if Dan knows the answer. Hey, Dan, how you doing, bud?
Yo, what's up?
Yo, Dan, what kind of what kind of tower do we want in Bristol? What kind of tower?
Milkshake.
Yeah.
He said it, milkshake. Hang on a second. He's using that vagina lipstick.
Yeah, he's trying it out.
Dan, hang on. We're going to get your information, and we are going to set you up with a 4-pack of tickets for the Progressive Atlantic City Boat Show. March 1st through the 5th at the Atlantic City Convention Center. And you can visit them at acboatshow.com, by the way. Boat show. Boat show.
Going to the boat show. Lots of boats. What's that over there? It's a boat. What's that over there? It's a boat.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
At the boat show.
See you at the boat show.
Gordon Sumner. We call him Gordy.
Yeah.
You know him as Sting.
We have proof.
And the police and Roxanne.
We have the receipts, as they say.
We do. That was so cool talking to him yesterday. Loved it. So anyhow, it's about 20 minutes after 10 o'clock on this Wednesday morning, the Preston and Steve Show. By the way, our good friend Tina Marie, who is just here, if you would like to follow her on Instagram, she posts a lot of great, wonderful, beautiful pictures of her modeling and whatnot. And her screen name is XOXO_Tina Marie. Marie spelled with an I, M-A-R-I, T-I-N-A-M-A-R-I. And follow along if you will, because she's wonderful. We were looking for caller number 8 for secret text word. It happens to be Nicole. So we'll say, hello, Nicole.
Hi, guys.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
We're doing great. I'd be doing better if I could give you something for free. So what is our secret text word?
Chubbies.
Chubbies, yes. Marissa came up with that. And we are going to set you up with a pair of tickets to the Pod Meets World The Kids Want to Jump tour Saturday, September 30th at the Met. All righty then, Nicole.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, guys.
Our pleasure. Hang on the line. Don't forget Danielle Fischel, Ryder Strong, and Will Friedel are hosting the podcast where they rewatch and earnestly react to the 90s sitcom they starred in, Boy Meets World, now 30 years later. And tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. We will also give a pair of tickets to Jen Simpson, who is from Hatboro, PA, because that was our random texter that we chose. We're going to give something else away now because we have a lesson question. See what you've been paying attention to this morning. And we're going to give a $50 cash card from Ahsoka, by the way. And the question that we will ask is this: when he was in high school, who was the only person Steve hugged? 215-263-WMMR, okay? And when he was in high school, who was the only person that Steve hugged?
You had to have heard it earlier this morning, so call if you know, and we'll do the trash while we're waiting for your call.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
And this morning is powered by PGW. You can improve the comfort of your home and lower energy bills with a PGW Energy Sense rebate, up to $1,400 in savings with new home heating equipment. You can learn more at pgwenergysense.com. What's up, Steve?
Well, rapper Fat Joe celebrating his 53rd birthday on a $100 million super yacht cruising the Hudson River. Fat Joe was joined by friends Rotund Ronnie and Ozempic Oscar.
Oh my God.
Michael Jackson's two sexual molestation accusers, James Safechuck and Wade Robson, will have their days in court now that a California judge has cleared the way for their lawsuits to proceed. In fact, one LA courtroom has already installed a tire swing in case Bubbles the Gym testifies.
Ooh.
And finally, singer Lana Del Rey announcing she's embarking on a, quote, mini North American tour. How many? Lana will do one show at the end of her driveway. That's your Hollywood Trash.
We need to know if you know the answer to this. When he was in high school, who was the only person Steve ever hugged? And it is Dan who wants to take a shot at answering this question. Hi, Dan.
Hey, Preston, what's up?
Oh, Bud, looking for the answer to this question. When he was in high school, who was the only person Steve ever hugged, please?
I believe that was his janitor.
The janitor. You got it, Dan. Hang on the line, Bud. We're going to give you the $50 cash card from Ahsoka, which you can experience the 2-episode premiere. Actually, it was...
It's tonight.
It's tonight.
Today,
Thank you. And it's on Disney+. So
damn.
Fans will be crazy for that. All right, we're going to do music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Dermatology Associates of Plymouth Meeting recruiting for an eczema study to test a topical medication. Ages 2 and older can register. Compensation may be available for time and travel. Plymouth Meeting Dermatology.com.
I go there.
You do go there?
too.
Oh, my
Really?
God. Your flawless skin. How about that? All right. This is interesting. Disturbed's pyro display once again set off a venue's emergency sprinkler system.
That's a problem.
David Draymond shared a video posted by a fan by the end of their closing song Inside the Fire at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion in Camden, New Jersey.
Wow.
It looked like a rainstorm on stage.
I don't know how that doesn't happen more, though.
I agree. The same thing happened at a recent show in Houston. Actually, Kathy, when I went to see... years and years ago, I went to see Kiss, and it was when they did their reunion, the makeup back on thing, the full stage show. They had, and I left right before the finale, but they had these giant tubes. They were like made of plastic that ran outside, and it had to have been for ventilation to get the smoke of all their pyrotechnics out of there.
That makes sense.
I'm assuming that's what that was.
They were known for having one of the most intense, that the audience could feel the heat.
Yeah. Guitarist Dan Donegan posted, literally burning the house down. This goes down as one of the most memorable shows for sure. Plus, destroyed my in-ears and microphone and possibly other gear. What a night. So, the sprinklers went off.
The amount of pyro that they have behind them is insane.
Yep, exactly. The Pretenders singer Chrissy Hind joined Guns N' Roses on stage Monday night at Fenway Park in Boston to add harmonica to Bad Obsession. The bands are touring North America together. The GNR tour visits historic venues across the country, such as Wrigley Field in Chicago on August 24th. Pretenders have a new album coming out, Relentless, which will be out September 1st. So Chrissy Hind got up and played harmonica.
Are they buds?
What's that?
Are they buds?
Well, they're opening.
Well, there you
Pretenders
go.
are opening
That's
on
right,
a couple of dates. So, yeah, interesting.
Kooky.
She didn't get up there and play trombone?
No, which that Britney Spears plays.
They were at a ballpark.
What's that?
They were at a ballpark.
Yeah,
They were
this
at
would have made
Fenway.
total sense. So
we got to hook that up again.
The trombone game.
That game, yeah.
Ann Wilson of Heart will be this year's headliner at Women Who Rock. The 6th annual benefit concert supports and funds women-centric health research. All proceeds will go to the nation's largest research institute dedicated solely to life-saving women's health research. Over a span of 5 decades, Heart has sold more than 35 million records and earned a spot in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. It's presented by Gibson Gives, and it'll take place in Pittsburgh on October 21st.
In case you finally learned what All I Want to Do.
Dude, I had no idea.
Yeah.
Am I the only one in the room that didn't know that? That it was about her making love
to a
guy
stranger,
and purposely getting pregnant without his knowledge.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew, but
I knew too.
Well, Kathy doesn't care. So technically, you and her are together.
Hey, that was her MO for a longest time.
The Rolling Stones appear to have announced a new album, and they did it in a local newspaper. A recent advert for Hackney Diamonds appeared in the Hackney Gazette.
I get that.
A company which markets itself as specialists in glass repair. But upon closer inspection, several clues point to the fact that it could actually be the Rolling Stones' new album. Firstly, in the title, their iconic tongue logo is used to dot the I in the brand name of diamonds. In the advert's body text, there are several references to their hits, including I Can't Get No Satisfaction, Gimme Shelter, and Shattered. And the font used for Hackney Diamonds is also the same as the one used for their 1978 album, Some Girls. And the ad also says established 1962, which is the same year the band formed. The link to their website also allows users to register their interest, but the conditions list Universal Music Group, which handles the Rolling Stones back catalog. So it might be this kind of,
subtle,
cryptic,
clandestine,
cryptic release announcement.
I like stuff like that.
I do too. Meanwhile, Mick Jagger recently celebrated his 80th birthday with Keith Richards, Ronnie Wood, Nile Rodgers, all offering their best wishes. Richards took to Instagram to share a video of himself playing the piano and wishing the frontman his happy 80th birthday. He said, "Long may we keep saying this to each other. Happy birthday, Mick. Have another good in, and give me a call and let me know
what does that mean? Is that
what
British?
it's like." Yeah, I guess so. Have another good in. I don't know. And that's it. That's all I got for you in music news. We will take our final break, come back in a second, wrap it up. Letter of the day, word of the week prize. Yep, we'll get that for you. Stay with us because we'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WM.
Atlantic City Boat Show.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
You're a real crumb bum.
I'm gonna do that again.
And we'll only get one more. We'll only get one more day of that, folks. And we had a story the other day about a home coloring procedure that you can do for hair.
Yeah.
And we're going to try it out today. We're going to give this a shot. Should I reveal what
by all
it is?
means.
Apparently, you can color your hair with Nutella. You know, the dip, the chocolatey hazelnut dip.
I love it. It's one of my absolute favorite things to eat. And so you've always had an issue with...
I used to dye my beard because I have a gray beard and I have... darker brown hair, little tufts of gray.
Yes,
but
distinguished.
But anyhow, and so it's a stark contrast between the two. And I used to dye it, and then I found out that I'm allergic to the hair dye.
Yeah.
And I mean, like
painful
burns on my face. I should have shaved today. Damn it, I didn't do it. I have a little bit of...
Well, what do you...
No, that's okay. I feel like you need it. I want it longer.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Anyway.
I'm the stylist in this, by the way.
Okay, yeah, Kathy is going to be a stylist. So we're going to try dyeing my beard with Nutella today.
So Kathy's going to nut all over your face.
She's going to nut on my face.
Well, there's this. It looks like in the video, anyway, if this even works, is that there's some condensed milk. So yeah, I might
lick your face, dude. Okay. I might be licking your face.
You want to start with that? It'll look like you.
I know.
Kathy's nutting all
totally glazed me. Anyhow, so we're going to try this out today, and we'll see if it works or not. Ooh, Kathy is putting on rubber gloves.
Oh.
Ooh. What are we doing here?
I think we're getting a rectal search.
Call Dr. Mike.
Hello, sir. What are we going to do here today?
Oh, okay. we're doing
the
role
full
play.
treatment. Yeah.
Role play.
All right,
Well,
you're a border guard.
I wanted to darken up my beard a little bit. You know, it's kind of salt and pepper, but I'm allergic to chemicals, so I need something a little more natural.
Oh, I know what we can do. I have Nutella and something that looks like man juice.
I love that stuff. Man juice and Nutella. Let's give it a try. All right, hang on.
And Kathy came with all the professional equipment, a garbage bag, which has a hole punctured in it that she's putting over Preston's head.
We don't want you to get dirty.
It's a nice little smock. It barely covers your shoulders.
So I'm going to have to leave my headphones off, right? Yeah, because you're going to get up here.
Yeah, come on, man. What are you, a professional? What?
Do you have a brush?
So we're just going to have you tilt your head back a little bit.
Ooh.
All right, now lean in a little more to the microphone, Kathy. You're going to have to rub your breasts on Preston's face.
No, it's as far as...
All right, so we have a mixture. Is it a mixture of Nutella and half and half?
Well, no. So it's Nutella, and then you just take the condensed milk and you kind of sprinkle it on his face afterwards. That's what the video does. So that's
This
what
is
I'm
like
gonna
a bad gay porn movie.
All right, I got it a little closer now.
This is really bad.
Can I get a scalp massage, too, while you're back there?
Listen, we don't do that here.
No, that's
shocking.
That's the hair equivalent of a handy.
Okay.
I thought you were going to be...
It's just a hand.
Using like a brush, like a...
I got a brush.
She's using a spoon.
Yeah, we got to put it on.
All right, so she's now ladling the Nutella, which is thick, man.
Yeah, how do you not just want to
Oh my God!
eat it right
this
away?
looks like a sequel to Two Girls in a Cup.
Awesome.
All right, so she's spreading it on his beard. He's eating the Nutella. It's disgusting. Oh my God,
Casey.
All right, so the Nutella is being.
Now, Preston, you got a little.
It looks like someone
teeth.
crapped on your chin.
Now listen.
Oh
right.
my
Video, he
God,
does
Chuck
like-
Berry would be all over this.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
does patches, so I'm gonna do.
Save that. Save that to the hard drive.
And then I'm gonna rub it in.
All right, so he's got dollops of what appear to be crap on his beard. It's Nutella, though. Are you putting that in his nose?
Oh, my God.
Don't you want your mustache done?
God, what a soothing
size of a
voice.
dog turd.
She's got a can of condensed milk. How are you going to pour that on his
That's what they
beard?
did in the video.
You got to pour it lightly because it's a full, wide open can.
Oh, my God.
Oh my
What
God.
are you doing?
She's.
What are you doing?
What?
It's hot.
Dude.
Oh my God.
You're dying
Oh
alive.
my God. She poured like an
going
9 ounces.
down
It's
my
going
neck.
down his
Mix it
neck.
up and rub it in together.
That is a filthy mess.
Oh, okay, now she's rubbing it in. Okay.
This.
Because he had a giant
mix it up?
glob.
What do they call this? This swirl, this frothy swirl that occurs after backdoor stuff?
I don't know.
They don't call it.
Is that felching? No, that's with the straw.
Schmegma.
No.
Oh my God, this looks
Ew,
disgusting.
the condensed milk is making the Nutella like
Yummy.
gross looking. And
No, this is not yummy. This is weird.
Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah, it's coming in together nicely.
Get up on the sideburns there, Kathy.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do sideburns.
All right.
I mean, yeah, I mean, because it's right now, it really does look like someone took a full-blown dump on your face. It really does. But this is, okay, so when you're done nutting on his face, let us know when you need to. How long does it need to sit for?
That's the mystery. I don't know, Kathy.
Like 2 hours.
That's it?
Is this just a practical joke from the Nutella world?
Seriously, I think it might be because this condensed milk is really making the consistency of the Nutella disgusting.
Well, I always wanted a pearl necklace, and now I have one. I'm breaking out my camera. I'm going to put it in.
This is part of the one DJ in a dumpster.
No, you know who I look like? Yukon Cornelius, man.
Yes!
Nothing.
If this turns out to be an elaborate practical joke, it's a good one.
It is a good one.
Because we fell for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like there's a bad ending to this. or
Right.
anything.
You look like this looks like the last scene in the most horrific gay porn ever made.
Yeah, I'm a mess.
It's called Taco Tuesday.
You've got.
Did I get some on my headphones?
You did.
Damn it.
I know. It's
I didn't. I tried. Oh,
no,
yes.
Preston
all right.
did it. It wasn't. It's
you're
not
right.
you, Kath.
He's licking them off.
I'm just trying to see if
How long?
if there is a if it says how long. So let me just check here.
So this is a beauty hack. If this works, you might have something here, Preston. I would do it. I would not do it this way. So we're going to do a post Nutella reveal.
I'm wearing a Michael Jackson mask.
And by the way,
he brought me into the bathroom when I was wiping off the Nutella from my beard, which we were trying to use as hair dye in case you were just tuning in.
This looks all right. So if you didn't hear that, he's wearing a Michael Jackson mask currently because we're going to get a reveal on air. He had Nutella in his beard as a dyeing agent, and we're going to find out if it works. I will tell you what? You look better with that Michael Jackson mask than Michael Jackson ever looked.
It's white Michael Jackson, by the way.
Okay, so you guys ready?
Yeah.
Right,
So before we before we reveal, you took a peek. Any feelings before you reveal to us?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to let you guys take a look. I don't want to tip the hand.
All right, so we can get a drum roll, Case?
Yeah, here we go.
All right, Michael. Reveal.
And here we go.
So the exact same.
Not a damn thing.
Well, your skin is a little dyed on the cheeks.
It's nothing.
Nothing.
It's nothing.
Literally
anything.
Nothing. It is a complete lie.
Damn it.
Jack Nicholson has been enjoying a much quieter life since his last significant acting role in 2010, which was How Do You Know?
Which he shot here.
That's correct. But now his longtime friend and Easy Rider co-star Peter Fonda says that the legendary actor is retired.
Like retired?
At the age of...
I beg your pardon?
He's retired at the age of 79. Fonda said, I think he is basically retired. I don't want to speak for him, but he has done a lot of work, and he's done very well as a person financially.
What kind of project do you think would get him out of retirement and acting again? And I have something in mind. Monster Trucks 2.
Oh, really?
Wait a second. There's an actual monster in the... Oh, that's perfect.
No, I think Connery's up for that role, Steve.
Yeah, this thing just puked in the glove compartment. It's all right. It's just a monster. It's very benign and benevolent. Kind of reminds you of like a whale or something. But it's got tentacles. I don't know what the hell it is. It's a disgrace.
So it's a buddy movie.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, Connery...
I can't even put my drink in the cup holder because the monster's tentacle is blocking it. Calm down, you old idiot.
But Connery, he retired. Everything that rocks, of course. And you can't play Brain Stew without Jaded. You just can't do it. Doesn't work. 10:39 on this Wednesday morning as we are coming to a close. Weather-wise, going up to about 80 degrees. Clouds are starting to pick up a tad bit. I don't see any rain in the forecast for today, but it might depend on where you are.
Friday is the earliest we're seeing, right, in the forecast.
I saw some morning rain on Friday, but other than that, like kind of partly to cloudy skies and more comfortable temperatures. I mean, like today's going to be nice. 80 degrees tomorrow, like 76.
It's nice.
76. It's going to be nice.
Autumn. In fact, aren't we coming up on fall activities?
Dude, that's a good question.
Close.
What's that? We're so
We're
close.
getting so close. Yeah, if anybody has a fall activity that you think might be good, email me the information because I'm going to start to look around at different things we can do.
Yeah, next weekend is Labor Day weekend.
Yeah.
I know.
Also, Jeff Devlin, freaking call me back. It's annoying.
What?
Jeff?
Nothing. Just throwing that out there.
It's annoying.
You some bitch. We love you.
We love Jeff Devlin.
Well, we kind
Jeff
of do
is
it, unless he calls me.
He's
call
a
me
fall
back.
activity.
Yes, that's why we have like something special we're working on. But I need the details, Jeff.
Okay. Put the word out. If you know Jeff Devlin, tell him that Kathy thinks he's a dick.
No.
I'm just saying what I'm interpreting here.
Remind him that we
Well,
cut
he
his
might
hand
be.
off once. We'll do it again.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, I would like to thank the following people for being on our program today. First and foremost, we had Dr. Geri-Lynn Utter from Kensington. She's a psychologist, and there's a documentary that is based on her book called Utter Nonsense, and it's a series of several stories, including hers, about overcoming drug addiction or growing up in an environment that was filled with drug addiction. And you can find it on Amazon Prime Video, Apple TV, Vimeo, and Vudu. She's got a book out now called Aftershock, but she was a lovely guest.
Lovely guest.
And so check that out when you get a chance. Also, thank you to Jason Mewes. Yay! He was great, and he was talking about the Jay and Silent Bob cruise. It's called the Cruise Askew, and it's going from Miami to Nassau. It's in February of next year. And if you are a fan of Clerks and Jay and Silent Bob and Chasing Amy and Mallrats and that stuff, this is where you want to go.
This is Mecca.
Yeah, it's a 3-day cruise, and they're all going to be there, and it should be a blast. So it was cool. And we actually had our final guest talking to Jason Mewes because she loves him. It's Paula Poundstone.
Hey!
And Paula was just delightful. She is going to be at the Sellersville Theater on Saturday.
And the entire duration of the Zoom video, she was sideways.
Yes, the entire time. So thank you to Tina Marie for being here, too, and helping us give some trips away and things like that, which we did earlier. We need to do the letter of the day.
I got you, bro.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
P as in Pound Town.
All right, and we have a pair of floor tickets for MMR presenting Greta Van Fleet's Starcatcher World Tour.
Starcatcher.
Tuesday, September 19th at the Wells Fargo Center, plus a backstage tour and a guitar signed by the band.
Starcatcher.
Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster, and complete details at WMMR.com. Before we finish for the day, have I been given the green light?
You have been given the green light.
Got 2 of these left for tonight. An overnight stay at Harrah's, and you will get to go to the pool after dark and see the screening of Vacation Friends 2 with Sarah, and we'll set you up with complimentary food and beverage. So
That's pretty awesome.
We're going to take callers 20 and 21, and you have to be able to go tonight, so do not call if you can't go. All right, 215-263 WMMR, and it begins streaming on Hulu on Friday, August 25th. Picks up just a little bit after Vacation Friends 2. And so thank you very much for Hulu and 20th Century Fox for giving us all of those overnight stays at Harrah's.
It's really cool.
Pretty sweet deal. Yeah. I'm going to take a moment to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Duncan. And the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Wild Fork Meat and Seafood Market. Enjoy the largest selection of quality meats and seafood at low prices. Tomorrow morning, just tune in and see what happens. We'll all find out together.
Too many surprises to mention.
That's it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.